Chapter 1849. Boom! The tightly shut door of Long Yan's residence was directly smashed by a powerful force. The loud sound alarmed the entire residence. Just as a large number of guards were rushing to the entrance of the residence, a black luan burning with a black, sacred flame streaked across the night sky and directly burned the guards to ashes. Not even their bones were left. Black luan demon ancestor, what happened to you? Why are you so angry? Long Yan, who had rushed over, saw the guards burned to ashes by the black sacred flame and did not blame the black luan demon ancestor. Long Yan, stop pretending. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, don't blame me for annihilating your entire clan. The Black Phoenix demon ancestor's sharp eyes were filled with dense killing intent as he stared at Long Yan and spoke in a cold voice. Feeling the killing intent from the Black Luan demon ancestor, Long Yan panicked and hurriedly asked, This, demon ancestor, I don't think I have offended you. What happened? You're still pretending, the Black Luan demon ancestor said furiously. Call Long Feng out. Demon ancestor, did Feng offend you? Long Yan pretended to be calm and said, Feng has been spoiled by me. If he has offended you in any way, please forgive him. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take out my precious 10,000-year-old dragon saliva and give it to the demon ancestor. Forgive. Your son killed my nephew, and you still want me to forgive him? The Black Luan demon ancestor said furiously, Should I ask you to forgive me even if I annihilate your entire family? What? The Black Luan demon ancestor's words were like a bolt from the blue that struck the depths of Long Yan's soul, causing his soul to tremble. He was dumbfounded. Demon ancestor, did you get it wrong? How could Feng kill your nephew? Did someone deliberately frame us? I got it wrong. Hui sent me a message asking for help before he died. How could I get it wrong? The Black Luan demon ancestor said furiously, Long Yan, my patience is limited. Hurry up and call your son out. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. This. Feng went out and hasn't returned yet. I don't know where he went. Long Yan felt the severity of the situation. If he did not handle it well and could not quell the Black Luan demon ancestor's anger, it might really bring a disaster to his family. Not handing over. Then all of you can die. The Black Phoenix demon ancestor could no longer control the anger in its heart. It transformed into its most powerful battle form, burning with scorching black holy flames, and attacked Long Yan and the others. Ancestral demon, this matter is very strange. I dare say that we have been wronged. Someone is deliberately framing us. Long Yan defended himself as he resisted the ferocious attacks of the Black Phoenix demon ancestor with all his might. However, the Black Phoenix demon ancestor had long been blinded by anger. He didn't care about Long Yan's explanation at all. He continued to perform extremely powerful demon race divine abilities and ferocious attacks, forcing Long Yan, who was defending with all his might, to retreat. Black Phoenix demon ancestor, stop! Just as the situation was in chaos, Long Feng appeared and shouted at the Black Luan demonic ancestor, whose murderous aura was soaring into the sky. Little bastard, you're finally willing to show yourself. The Black Phoenix demon ancestor's eyes flashed with a ferocious light. It formed a sharp demon claw in the air and grabbed at Long Feng. However, Long Feng was already prepared. He dodged in time and avoided the claw of the Black Phoenix demon ancestor. Feng, what happened? Did you really kill the ancestral demon ancestor's nephew? Long Yan felt increasingly uneasy and shouted at Long Feng. Father, you're still stubborn even now. They have already given up on us. We can't be the sinners of the dragon tribe anymore. Long Feng shouted, Unfilial son, shut up. What's wrong with you? Do you know what you're doing? Long Yan immediately panicked. Once the crime was confirmed, the consequences would be very serious. Of course I know what I'm doing. Long Feng said stubbornly, I don't want to be unable to face the ancestors of the dragon tribe in the underworld. Long Yan was so angry that he couldn't speak. He had always been wise, but at this moment he didn't know how to resolve the crisis in front of him and calm the anger in the Black Phoenix demon ancestor's heart. Long Yan, what else do you have to say now? The Black Phoenix demon ancestor was so angry that the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched. He took out his communication bead and sent a message to several demons, asking them to rush to Long Yan's residence. Unfilial son, I'm really going to die because of you. Long Yan knew that no matter how he explained, the Black Phoenix demon ancestor would no longer believe him. If he wanted to live, the only way was to break out of the encirclement and leave. Where do you think you're going? The Black Phoenix demon ancestor saw Long Yan suddenly running out of the residence. He immediately turned into a black shadow and intercepted him, fighting fiercely with him. Quickly activate the ancient formation and follow me to destroy that demon bastard. Long Feng ordered loudly. He summoned a quasi-ancestor artifact, Ancient Bow, and quickly drew it to attack the Black Phoenix demon ancestor. You're courting death. The Black Phoenix demonic ancestor was completely infuriated by the continuous attacks of the powerful ancient arrows. He unleashed his most powerful attack and faced the dragon flame head-on. He spat out a scorching black, sacred flame that turned into a lifelike fire snake. It burned the air and attacked Dragon Peak. The Black Phoenix demon ancestor was a peak 5-star demon. His furious attack was extremely powerful. The entire space was distorted by the black sacred fire he spat out, greatly slowing down Long Feng's dodging speed. When Long Feng forcibly crossed the distorted space, the rapidly flying fire snake exploded. In an instant, endless flames sputtered toward Long Feng, instantly igniting his body. Ah! As Long Feng screamed miserably, he was burned to ashes by the scorching black, sacred fire. Not even his bones were left. Feng! Long Yan's eyes turned blood-red as he watched Long Feng burn to ashes. He had placed high hopes on Long Feng, and he was his only successor. Now that Long Feng was dead, Long Yan's heart was bleeding. However, the Black Phoenix demon ancestor was too powerful and had 2 ancestral artifacts. Long Yan's strength was simply not enough to kill him. Blood escape. In desperation, Long Yan selfishly abandoned his clansmen. He burned his powerful bloodline and turned into a bloody light to escape with all his strength. However, just as he fled to the edge of the residence, he was immediately intercepted by several demon ancestors who rushed over and continued to fight under the night sky. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and destroy them. Unable to withstand the fierce attacks of several demon ancestors, Long Yan immediately shouted at the experts of his clan. However, most of the experts of the Dragon Clan were afraid and fled from the residence. Only a few loyal experts of the Dragon Clan helped Long Yan fend off the enemies. The fierce battle became more and more intense. The terrifying power kept destroying Long Yan's residence, alarming the entire Sky Dragon City and causing the entire city to fall into chaos. In the fierce battle, the experts of the Dragon Clan were constantly killed. Long Yan's injuries were also getting worse. As Long Yan was deserted, no one came to help. However, a large number of Demon Clan experts rushed over after hearing the news and blocked Long Yan's escape route. Chapter 1850. Long Yan is dead. The Flood Dragon was a 6-star demon ancestor. When Long Yan and the Black Phoenix demon ancestor were fighting fiercely, he had been releasing his powerful soul force to observe the battle. When he felt Long Yan's self-destruction, he still revealed a trace of regret. If Long Yan had not chosen to betray him, he would have had a chance to kill the Black Phoenix demon ancestor and the others. But unfortunately, Long Yan was blinded by ambition and benefits and died in the hands of the Black Phoenix demon ancestor. Demon ancestor, the ones who offended you are Long Yan and his son. Now that they have all died in your hands, Please be magnanimous and don't kill any more members of my dragon clan." The Flood Dragon was afraid that the Black Phoenix demon ancestor would kill the innocent and immediately rushed to Long Yan's residence. "Flood Dragon, you want to stop me?" Although they had killed Long Yan and the others, the demon clan had also suffered heavy casualties. Long Yan had just self-destructed and killed another demon ancestor. 3 demon ancestors had died in an instant. The Black Phoenix demon ancestor was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He only wanted to kill to vent his anger. "Demon ancestor, you have already killed many people. Stop!" The Flood Dragon ignored the Black Phoenix demon ancestor's angry eyes and said unyieldingly, "Flood Dragon, you have to remember that I have placed an imprint on your soul. If I want to kill you, I only need a thought." The Black Phoenix demon ancestor warned angrily, "Of course I remember, but I can't watch my clansmen be killed by you for no reason." The Flood Dragon said fearlessly, "If you want to kill my clansmen, you have to step over my dead body." The Black Phoenix demon ancestor was so angry that his body trembled. The killing intent on his body became stronger and stronger. However, when he thought of the Flood Dragon's value and the plans of the Demon Clan and the Sky Clan, he did not dare to kill the Flood Dragon at this moment, because he knew that Long Yan had just been killed. If he killed the Flood Dragon, the Heavenly Dragon Clan would most likely lose control, and he could not bear the consequences. Fine. I will give you face this time, but if your Heavenly Dragon Clan members dare to provoke me again, then don't blame me for starting a massacre." In the end, reason prevailed over anger. The Black Phoenix demon ancestor gave a cold warning and left with the Demon Clan experts who had suffered heavy casualties. "Young Master Yi, what should we do next?" After returning to Sky Dragon Manor, Long Kuin immediately found Yi Qinfeng to ask about the next step of the plan. "Uncle Dragon, try to contact the Dragon Emperor. Think of a way to gain his trust, and ask about the whereabouts of the Dragon God." Yi Qinfeng pondered for a moment and said, "All right." Long Kuin nodded. He took out his communication array and tried to contact the Dragon Emperor. However, the surroundings of the Golden Dragon City were sealed by the Celestial Race and the Monster Race's powerful seals, cutting off all communication. No matter what method the Kuin Dragon used, he couldn't contact the Dragon Emperor. "Uncle Dragon, as far as you know, other than the Dragon Emperor, who else could possibly know the whereabouts of the Dragon God?" Unable to contact Dragon Emperor, Yi Qinfeng fell into contemplation and asked after pondering for a while, "Amen, there are rumors that when Supreme Emperor Heaven fought with Dragon God, a peak heaven ancestor of the Celestial Race, Ancestor Fa Tian, attacked Ancestor Dragon God together. This person should know the exact location of Ancestor Dragon God." Long Kuin took a deep breath and said, "However, it is almost impossible to obtain the whereabouts of the Dragon God Ancestor from this person." "Ancestor Fa Tian." Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up. "Uncle Dragon, can you use all your means to find out where Ancestor Fa Tian is? If you can find him, I have a way to make him tell me where Dragon God is." "Really?" Long Kuin's eyes lit up. "Leave this to me. It shouldn't be hard to find Ancestor Fa Tian." While Long Kuin was secretly searching for Ancestor Fa Tian, the monster race, which had suffered heavy casualties, didn't cause any more trouble. When Black Phoenix Ancestor reported what happened in Sky Dragon City to Golden Rock Ancestor, he was scolded by Golden Rock Ancestor, which made him even more furious. Soon, more than 2 months had passed. During these 2 months, Long Kuin found out that Ancestor Fa Tian was hiding in the Black Dragon race. In order to control Ancestor Fa Tian, Yi Qinfeng, who didn't have the Soul Devourer's brain anymore, took back the Soul Devourer's brain that had entered the Blood Skull. Black Rock Emperor, Jin Qing, and the Dragon Bloodlion Soul Seas. Although they had regained their freedom, the Blood Skull Emperor and the Black Rock Emperor revealed desolate expressions. This was because they knew that Yi Qinfeng had already given up on them. From now on, they no longer had the qualifications to follow Yi Qinfeng. Uncle Dragon, let's go to the Black Dragon race and find a way to control Ancestor Fa Tian. Be careful, we will meet in Golden Dragon City. Time was tight, so Yi Qinfeng bid farewell to Long Kuan and the others. He controlled the universe mirror and left Sky Dragon City, heading towards Black Dragon City. Not long after Yi Qinfeng left Sky Dragon City, Black Phoenix Ancestor, who hadn't shown himself, came to Sky Dragon Palace. He found Long Kuan and told him that the Silver Dragon race was being controlled. Golden Rock Ancestor ordered the other races to take action and go to Golden Dragon City to force Long Kuan to abdicate. Sai, let's go. After knowing that the Silver Dragon race was being controlled, Long Kuan sighed softly and didn't say much. He gathered dozens of Heavenly Dragon race experts and followed Black Phoenix Ancestor to the core of the Dragon race, Golden Dragon City. Although the Dragon Flood Dragon knew that the Dragon race would be in for a bloodbath on this trip, he no longer had a path of retreat. He could only place his hopes on Yi Qinfeng, hoping that he could successfully rescue the Dragon God, heal the Dragon God's injuries, stabilize the Dragon race's situation, and chase away the invaders. Dragon Emperor, according to the information brought back by our spies in the various clans of my Dragon clan have all been controlled by the Tian clan and the people of the Demon clan. Right now, they are rushing towards my Golden Dragon clan, preparing to force you to hand over the position of Dragon Emperor. The great elder of the Dragon race, Long Yi, who is a 6-star ancestor, came to the Dragon Palace and told him the latest news of the Dragon race. Force. The Dragon Emperor, the lord of the Dragon clan, who was wearing a golden dragon robe with 9 dragons and a golden dragon crown on his head, sat on a golden dragon throne and exuded a powerful dragon aura. He said in a deep voice, "Their real purpose is not to force the abdication. They know that even if the patriarchs of the various clans work together to force me to abdicate, for the sake of the fate of my dragon race, I will not hand over the position of Dragon Emperor, nor will I hand over the treasure of my dragon race and leave the ancestral land. Then why are they doing this?" Long Yi said with a frown, "If I'm not wrong, their real goal of controlling the various clans to force me to abdicate is to restrain my dragon race's ancestral bloodline." The Dragon Emperor said, "If the heavenly race and the monster race make a move, I can borrow the power of the ancestral land and the treasure of my dragon race to destroy them without any scruples. However, if the patriarchs of my dragon race make a move, it will be different. After all, facing them, I will have some misgivings. If I kill the patriarchs, even if I can stabilize the situation for a short period of time, the future of my dragon race will be destroyed. Then what should we do? Do we still have a chance to turn the situation around?" Long Yi said worriedly. The Dragon Emperor took a deep breath and said, "If we want to turn the situation around, only the ancestor of the Dragon God can make a move. But the whereabouts of the ancestor of the Dragon God are unknown. There are rumors that he and Supreme Emperor Heaven have both suffered heavy losses. It's impossible for him to stand out at the crucial moment to turn the situation around." Long Yi said nervously. "I already know the ancestor's whereabouts," said the Dragon Emperor. "Where is he?" Long Yi's eyes lit up as he looked at the Dragon Emperor. The ancestor of the Dragon God was trapped in the Dragon Tomb by Supreme Emperor Heaven using a divine stone from outer space. The Dragon Emperor revealed an important piece of information to the great Elder Long Yi. "Since we know the whereabouts of the ancestor of the Dragon God, let's quickly go and rescue him." Long Yi said anxiously. The Dragon God was the cornerstone and spiritual symbol of the dragon race. With him around, the situation could be stabilized. Sai, after knowing the whereabouts of the ancestor of the Dragon God, I immediately brought my dragon race's treasure, the ancestral dragon sword, to rescue him. However, The divine stone from outer space that Supreme Emperor Heaven used to seal the entrance of the dragon tomb is too sturdy. The surface of the divine stone is also sealed by Supreme Emperor Heaven. With my strength, I can't break the divine stone. The dragon emperor sighed softly. Then what should we do? If we can't rescue the ancestor of the dragon god, my dragon race will be in danger. Long Yi said worriedly. Chapter 1851. Yes, the silver dragon race has fallen. Now the monster race and the heaven race have gathered all the races and are heading to the golden dragon city. Yi Qinfeng summoned the undying wings and flew toward the black dragon city at an extremely fast speed. Then he received a secret message from the dragon race. After knowing that the black dragon race had left the black dragon city, Yi Qinfeng immediately changed his direction and headed toward the dragon race. The dragon race had told him that the black dragon race had to pass through the Dragon Teeth Mountain. He was going to stop Fa Tianzu there and suppress him. Dragon Teeth Mountain was an endless mountain range at the edge of the black dragon race's territory. There were many peaks in the mountain range that pierced through the clouds. Ancestral beasts roamed the mountain range, and it was very dangerous. It was connected to the golden dragon race's territory. Suddenly, a gigantic battleship appeared above the Dragon Teeth Mountain. A terrifying aura swept through the area, scaring the beasts hiding in the depths of the Dragon Teeth Mountain. Fa Tianzu, do you know if the Grand Emperor tribe leader will take action? If the Grand Emperor tribe leader doesn't take action, the Dragon Emperor will be invincible with the dragon race's ancestral land and clan guarding treasure. The black dragon patriarch, who was dressed in a black robe and had a strong body like a mountain, gave off an unshakable feeling, said with a worried expression, "Don't worry, the Grand Emperor tribe leader is fully prepared. There won't be any problems," said a red-faced man sitting opposite the black dragon race leader arrogantly. In his arms was a seductive woman wearing a thin skirt. Her snow-white skin and slender legs were exposed. She had light makeup on her face. This person was the peak sky ancestor of the sky race. This time, the sky race had invaded the dragon race. His position was only lower than the Grand Emperor Heaven's clone, Fa Tianzu. That's good. After receiving Fa Tianzu's promise, the black dragon race leader's worries disappeared. Looking at Fa Tianzu's hand moving up and down the seductive woman's clothes, the black dragon race leader smiled and said, "All right, I won't disturb you any longer." Rumble. While the leader of the black dragon tribe was about to leave, the battleship was suddenly attacked. A terrifying force broke the restrictions on the battleship and shook the entire battleship. It alerted the leader of the black dragon tribe, Ancestor Fa Tian, and the others. "Who are you? How dare you attack my black dragon race's warship at this time?" The sudden attack enraged the black dragon patriarch. He quickly led the black dragon clan away from the black dragon warship and hovered above the Dragon Teeth Mountain, looking for suspicious people. Ka. When Black Dragon tribe leader and the others flew out of the black dragon battleship to find the enemy, Fa Tian ancestor's cabin suddenly shattered. A sharp sword light tore through space and stabbed at Fa Tian ancestor. The beautiful woman in his arms was so scared that she screamed in fear. "You are courting death." Fa Tian ancestor didn't expect that someone would dare to ambush him. He was enraged and launched a palm strike at the incoming sword light. The terrifying palm strike fused with the power of heaven from all directions and shattered the sword light. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword light shattered, and 3 more light pearls, filled with destructive energy, appeared in the sky. They shot towards Fa Tian ancestor and collided with his palm light. Boom! The 3 pearls shattered at the same time. The terrifying power instantly collapsed the entire cabin and swept towards Fa Tian ancestor. However, Fa Tian ancestor was a peak sky ancestor. He was wearing an ancestral artifact battle armor and easily blocked the 3 pearls. 9 dragons, 1 punch. When the enraged Fa Tian ancestor tore apart the destructive storm, 9 dragons appeared from the collapsed cabin. They roared and attacked Fa Tian ancestor. They bombarded his armor and forced him to take a step back. Even though Fa Tian ancestor was forced back, the 9 dragons couldn't injure him. They were blocked by his ancestral artifact armor. Long Xiaotian, who had failed in his ambush, returned to the universe mirror. Next, Yi Qinfeng controlled the universe mirror to travel through space and escape at an extremely fast speed. Where do you think you're going? Fa Tian ancestor was extremely terrifying. He easily locked onto the universe mirror. He roared and chased after it at full speed. He wanted to stop it and kill the person who dared to ambush him. Fa Tian ancestor, don't chase a cornered enemy. Let's go to Golden Dragon City first. The Black Dragon tribe leader sensed that something was amiss when he was suddenly attacked. He shouted at Fa Tian ancestor, who was filled with killing intent. You guys go first. I will kill them in a while and meet up with you. Fa Tian ancestor said arrogantly. He didn't put Long Xiaotian, who had ambushed him, in his eyes. In his opinion, with his peak 6-star sky ancestor strength, killing Long Xiaotian was as easy as blowing off dust. Even if there was a dangerous situation, he would be able to solve it with his strength. Boom! 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 Although the universe mirror was fast, it was far slower than Fa Tian ancestor. Soon, it was within Fa Tian ancestor's attack range. It had to endure the powerful attacks from Fa Tian ancestor, who summoned the power of the heavens. After suffering from Fa Tian ancestor's continuous attacks, the universe mirror's defense was greatly pressured. However, the universe mirror's level was very high, and it was able to withstand Fa Tian ancestor's attacks for a short period of time. It continued to travel through space and escaped into the depths of Dragon Teeth mountain range. Why is this spatial treasure so similar to the universe mirror? Fa Tian ancestor's sharp eyes locked onto the violently trembling universe mirror. He vaguely felt that the universe mirror was somewhat familiar. It was very similar to universe sky ancestor's universe mirror. With this discovery, Fa Tian ancestor became even more determined to kill his enemy and seize the universe mirror. He continued to increase his speed and close the distance between him and the universe mirror. He summoned a high-grade ancestral weapon long spear and pierced through space to attack the universe mirror. Whoosh! Under the attack of the high-grade ancestral weapon long spear, the universe mirror's defense was immediately shattered. The terrifying attack pierced through the universe mirror and tore apart the outer layer of the universe mirror. 3 ancestral flag seal. The outer layer of the universe mirror shattered, and Yi Qinfeng immediately appeared in the outside world. He summoned the 3 ancestral flags and formed layers of runes that sealed the entire space and sealed off Fa Tian ancestor's escape. 1-star Dao ancestor. Human? Sensing Yi Qinfeng's strength, Fa Tian ancestor revealed a surprised expression. He was surprised that a human had managed to sneak into the dragon world. He didn't care about the space sealed by the 3 ancestral flags. In his eyes, he could kill Yi Qinfeng with a wave of his hand. A mere sealed space posed no threat to him. I didn't think that there would be a human in the dragon world. However, you really shouldn't have provoked me. Fa Tian ancestor said coldly. Fa Tian ancestor, do you really think that you are invincible? After controlling the 3 ancestral flags to seal the entire space, Yi Qinfeng looked at Fa Tian ancestor, who had an extremely high status in the Imperial Sky Clan, and spoke fearlessly. What, an ant like you wants to injure me? Fa Tian ancestor looked at Yi Qinfeng with disdain. I really can injure you, but someone else can. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng summoned the peak evil ancestor, whose mind had been completely corroded by Soul Devourer's brain not long ago, and who had submitted to him. Peak Evil Ancestor. Feeling the powerful evil aura from the evil ancestor at the peak of the evil ancestor's body, Tion Ancestor's expression changed. Who are you? How did you subdue the evil ancestor at the peak of the evil ancestor? Do you want to know? As long as you submit to me, I will tell you. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, If you don't want to talk, then die. Tion Ancestor suddenly felt uneasy. He didn't waste any more words with Yi Qinfeng. He held a high-quality ancestral artifact spear and attacked Yi Qinfeng with a powerful ancestral aura. Die. The evil ancestor at the peak of the evil ancestor suddenly opened his eyes. He held a top-quality ancestral artifact, the Death Scythe, and charged towards Tion Ancestor. Chapter 1852. This is a supreme quality ancestral artifact. Feeling the powerful ancestral aura enter his arm through the spear, Tion Ancestor's expression changed drastically. He was extremely shocked. At this moment, he was sure that he had fallen into a trap. However, he was confident in his strength, and all schemes were useless against him. He could destroy them with a single stomp. Long Xiaotian, come out and help me. In order to end the battle quickly, Yi Qinfeng summoned Long Xiaotian and gave him the Dragon Head ancestral artifact, the Dragon Head ancestral bow, so that he could shoot and kill Tion Ancestor from the outside. Ancestral Dragon Pearl, fuse. After receiving the Dragon Head ancestral bow, Long Xiaotian immediately merged with the ancestral Dragon Pearl and instantly increased his strength to the 5-star demon progenitor realm. He quickly pulled the Dragon Head ancestral bow and shot out powerful ancestral arrows at Tion progenitor's body. Although Tion Ancestor was wearing a low-quality ancestral armor, the Dragon Head ancestral bow was a middle-quality ancestral artifact. Since Long Xiaotian was a 5-star demonic ancestor realm, he could unleash the full power of the Dragon Head ancestral bow. After being continuously attacked by the Dragon Head ancestral bow, Tion Ancestor's energy was greatly depleted and his attacks were suppressed by the peak evil ancestor. Divine Demon Mighty Body. Being attacked from the front and back, Tion Ancestor immediately used the Heavenly Tribe's secret super skill and turned into the powerful Divine Demon Mighty Body. His muscular body doubled in size, and his offense and defense were greatly increased. Die. Relying on the Divine Demon Mighty Body to block the Death Scythe from the peak evil ancestor, Tion Ancestor instantly turned into an afterimage in the sky and attacked Long Xiaotian at a speed that was hard to be seen by the naked eye. He wanted to kill Long Xiaotian first. Long Xiaotian, come back! At this critical moment, Yi Qinfeng, who was hiding in the formation, sent Long Xiaotian into the universe mirror. Tion Ancestor's furious attack missed, and a bottomless black hole appeared in the chaotic void space. After his attack failed, Tion Ancestor immediately sensed danger behind him. He quickly turned around and pushed his Dao will to the extreme. He thrust out a spear shadow that was like a silver river that pierced through the void space and stabbed towards the peak evil ancestor. Slash! Evil ancestor, who was at the peak of his evil presence, held the scythe tightly and created a half-moon shadow. He slashed apart Tion Ancestor's spear shadow and broke the latter's attack. However, Tion Ancestor had used the moment when the spear shadow was blocking the attack to dodge the remaining power of the deadly blade shadow. Evil Prison. His attack was dodged by Tion Ancestor. The peak evil ancestor let out a ferocious roar. A large amount of evil qi gushed out of his body and rushed towards Tion Ancestor. It instantly sealed the space around him and formed an evil prison around him. Then, the peak evil ancestor continued to attack. He waved his scythe and attacked Tion Ancestor continuously, forcing him to use his high-grade ancestral spear to block the attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Earth-shattering collisions continued to ring out in the void. It was as if a divine bell had appeared in the entire space, shaking the heavens and earth. The two ancestral weapons clashed for dozens of times. Zu couldn't withstand the ferocious attacks from the scythe. His arms were filled with cracks from the terrifying ancestral power. However, Zu was also powerful. He relied on the godly demon tyrant body to block the peak evil ancestor's attacks and wasn't at a disadvantage. Heavenly Lock bind. While the two of them were using all their skills to fight, Zu suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a white chain that was shining with starlight. It flew towards the peak evil ancestor. Xian Tian divine scripture, heavenly punishment. The peak evil ancestor couldn't dodge in time and was bound by the heavenly lock. Zu used a secret technique of the heavenly clan and unleashed an attack that was like a heavenly punishment. It was very close to the peak evil ancestor. Boom! Half of the peak evil ancestor's body exploded. However, before Zu could be happy, the peak evil ancestor immediately used his immortal divine technique to repair his broken body. He broke the heavenly lock that was binding him and continued to attack Zu. Damn it! How did he control the peak evil ancestor? After experiencing the terror of the peak evil ancestor's immortal divine technique, Zu felt that it was a bit troublesome. He wanted to retreat. At this moment, the peak evil ancestor, who only knew how to kill, once again released a large amount of black evil chi. They were like dancing black dragons that sealed the entire space and attacked Zu. While Zu was using the ancestral armor to defend against the terrifying evil chi, the peak evil ancestor flew into the sky and unleashed an unstoppable palm. Evil God hand. The palm landed and the sun and moon flipped. A pitch-black hand descended from the sky. There were Tao inscriptions flowing in the palm. The entire hand seemed to be made of divine gold and was indestructible. PFFF. After receiving the evil God hand from the peak evil ancestor, Zu trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. In the next moment, the peak evil ancestor spat out a mouthful of essence blood into the death god scythe to activate its attacking power. He threw it out with all his might and slashed at Zu. In an instant, the sky and earth shook and the void cracked. A terrifying power crushed the entire space and destroyed Zu's body through the low-grade ancestral armor. Tao of weapon controlling, life, and death plate. At this moment, Yi Qinfeng appeared and used the Tao of weapon controlling. He activated the strongest power of the life and death plate and attacked Zu's back, who had lost control of his body and was retreating. Crack, crack, crack. The low-grade ancestral armor instantly shattered after being hit by the strongest attack from the life and death plate. The terrifying power of life and death rushed into ancestor's body, destroying his body and life force. He coughed out blood again. Invincible heavenly imperial technique. Even though he was heavily injured and in danger, Zu didn't panic. He quickly used the invincible heavenly imperial technique of the heavenly imperial clan to heal his injuries and increase his strength. The top almighty of the heavenly imperial clan is indeed difficult to deal with. Yi Qinfeng frowned when he sensed that Zu's injuries were healed by the invincible heavenly art. With this terrifying technique, Zu was like the evil ancestor at the peak of the evil ancestor's level. He had an immortal body, and it was almost impossible to injure him. Senior Shin Su, Senior Hingu, which one of you can help me suppress a peak heavenly imperial clan member? Yi Qinfeng felt that the peak evil ancestor couldn't suppress Zu, who used the invincible heavenly imperial technique. He had to ask the two peak godly ancestors of the god clan for help. Give me one incense, stick of time. I will help you deal with him. At this moment, Shun Hangu, who was sitting cross-legged under a spiritual tree, had recovered part of his strength using the Origin's spiritual bead and had turned into an outstanding young man, replied, "Thank you, Senior." Although Shen Heng, Gu hadn't recovered from his injuries and couldn't use his peak strength, he was still the leader of the 6 great ancestors of the God clan. With his help, no matter how powerful Fa Tianzu was, it would be useless. Primal chaos divine would seal the space. In order to suppress Fa Tianzu further and not give him a chance to break out, Yi Qinfeng summoned the primal chaos divine wood. He controlled the primal chaos divine wood to drop down tens of thousands of 5-colored roots to seal the entire space. Primal chaos divine wood, you are the brat from the heavenly region. Yi Qinfeng had revealed the primal chaos divine wood at the 100 battle competition, and the heavenly imperial clan had heard about it. Thus, when he saw Yi Qinfeng summon the primal chaos divine wood, Fa Tianzu immediately recognized him. "That's right, it's me." With that, Yi Qinfeng controlled the primal chaos divine wood to sway and create a large amount of primal chaos 5 elements light to attack Fa Tianzu. He wanted to suppress Fa Tianzu's attack and stall for time. Chapter 1853. Supreme Emperor Heavenly Tao, break for me. After knowing Yi Qinfeng's identity, Fa Tian ancestor became even more uneasy. He decisively gave up on the thought of killing Yi Qinfeng and the peak evil ancestor. He used the heavenly imperial clan's supreme techniques to break through the primal chaos divine wood and the 3 ancestral flags' defenses and leave. However, the primal chaos divine wood was as powerful as a supreme ancestral treasure. Under its restriction, Fa Tian ancestor's attacks became weaker and weaker. He couldn't break through the restrictions of the 3 ancestral flags. At this moment, the peak evil ancestor with the undying body rushed over again. He held the death scythe in his hand and continued to fight against Fa Tian ancestor, not giving him a chance to escape. Supreme Emperor Heavenly Tao, myriad annihilation. Fa Tian ancestor shouted. The Tao intent in his body was pushed to the extreme as he unleashed an attack that could destroy all laws. It landed on the peak evil ancestor's body, and the terrifying power shattered his body once again. However, the moment the peak evil progenitor's body broke, he threw out the death scythe, a top-quality ancestral artifact. It fiercely slashed evil progenitor's body and broke his armor. Evil progenitor was almost cut in half. Both sides were injured. The broken bodies of the peak evil ancestor and Fa Tian ancestor instantly recovered, and they fought again. While the two were fighting, Yi Qinfeng controlled the primal chaos divine wood to continue swaying. It created powerful primal chaos 5 elemental lights that continuously attacked Fa Tian ancestor and delayed his attacks to waste time. Slowly, 1 incense stick's worth of time passed. At this moment, a power that made Fa Tian ancestor feel fear was released from the universe mirror. Shen Yengu, who was wearing a white robe that fluttered in the wind, appeared with the divine void sword in his hand. Shen Yengu, you're Shen Yengu. You didn't die. Seeing Shen Yengu's handsome face, Fa Tian ancestor's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. He shouted in fear, Fa Tian, I didn't think that we would meet again one day. Shin Heng Gu Su stood in the air and looked at Fa Tian ancestor, whose eyes were wide open, and said, I didn't think that after so many years you, the loser, would also reach the peak of the ancestor realm. Shin Heng Gu, you are really lucky to still be alive in this world. However, this world belongs to the ethereal gods, and the leader of the imperial clan is in the dragon world. If I die, the leader of the imperial clan will know immediately. Then, even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you won't be able to escape from the leader of the imperial clan. Fa Tian ancestor pretended to be calm as he warned them. Sigh, so many years have passed, yet you're still so childish. Do you think you can make us back down by saying those words? Shin Yenga shook his head and took a step forward. He teleported in front of Fa Tian Ancestor and attacked him with the Divine Void Sword. Fa Tian Ancestor was already in a dangerous situation. Now that he was being attacked by Shen Henggu, his attacks were completely suppressed and he could only defend himself. However, relying on the invincible heavenly art, he healed his heavily injured body time and time again. He attacked the space restricted by the Chaos Divine Wood and the 3 ancestral flags, searching for a chance to escape. Chi! There was the sound of space being torn apart. Shen Henggu's sword slashed open the space and hit Fa Tian Ancestor's body. The terrifying sword light cut him in half. When Fa Tian Ancestor tried to heal his body, he was cut in half by the evil ancestor's death scythe. Using the invincible heavenly art, Fa Tian Ancestor could heal his body again and again. However, each time he healed his body, he would consume a lot of energy. When he used up all his energy and couldn't use the invincible heavenly art anymore, he would die. Xian Tian Scripture, Heavenly Punishment Break. After consuming so much energy, Fa Tian Ancestor smelled the thick scent of death. He gave up on attacking Shen Henggu and the evil ancestor at the peak and attacked the space restricted by the Chaos Divine Wood and the 3 ancestral flags. Fa Tian, you still want to escape? Shen Henggu sneered. A terrifying spatial energy gushed out of his body and formed a terrifying black hole. It directly swallowed Fa Tian Ancestor's Heaven's Punishment. 8th level of spatial laws, spatial black hole. Seeing Shen Henggu's black hole, Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Shen Henggu to have such a deep understanding of spatial laws. He wanted to learn from him. Myriad heavenly walls. The heavenly punishment was easily broken by Shen Henggu. Fa Tian Ancestor crazily burned his powerful bloodline power and controlled the powerful spatial walls to form the myriad heavenly walls. They were like majestic divine mountains that suppressed Shen Henggu and the evil ancestor at the peak. Spatial destruction. Shen Henggu didn't dodge when the myriad heavenly walls pressed down. Instead, he shot into the sky like an arrow. The space that he flew through was constantly destroyed. The myriad heavenly walls that suppressed him were also shattered. In the blink of an eye, Shen Henggu used the 9th level of the law of space to destroy space and break through the 10,000 layers of celestial walls. His divine void sword ray once again cut the exhausted Fa Tian Ancestor in half. It's about time. Sensing that Fa Tian Ancestor's injuries were very serious and that his recovery speed was greatly reduced, Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the primal chaos divine would to suppress Fa Tian Ancestor's injured body. He then took out a soul devourer's Sea of Soul to erode Fa Tian Ancestor's Sea of Soul. Ah, what is this? Fa Tian Ancestor, who was severely injured, immediately let out an earth-shattering roar. His terrifying voice shook the 9 firmaments. He desperately controlled his soul power to attack the brain so that it wouldn't invade his Sea of Soul. Ah! Looks like one brain isn't enough to invade Fa Tian Ancestor's Sea of Soul. Although Fa Tian Ancestor was severely injured, he was still a peak ancestor. The brain Yi Qinfeng took out was a fragment of the Soul Devourer's brain, so it wasn't enough to control Fa Tian Ancestor. Yi Qinfeng had no choice but to take out the remaining 2 brains of the Soul Devourer and send them into the Soul Sea of Fa Tian Zu. Under the combined attack of the 3 brains, Fa Tian Ancestor's soul defense was instantly broken. The terrifying power of the Soul Devourer crazily invaded Fa Tian Ancestor's Sea of Soul, causing him to roar in despair. Senior Henggu, peak evil ancestor, quickly help me suppress him. Don't let him explode. Fa Tian Ancestor was extremely important. Once he exploded, all of Yi Qinfeng's efforts would be in vain. He immediately asked Shen Henggu and Peak Evil Ancestor to suppress Fa Tian Ancestor. All right, Shen Henggu nodded and immediately released a powerful divine power into Fa Tian Ancestor's body to forcefully seal it. At this moment, Yi Qin Feng controlled the 5 colored roots of the primal chaos divine to break into Fa Tian Ancestor's body and further seal him, causing him to gradually lose control of his body. All right, let's leave this place first. After successfully sealing Fa Tian Ancestor's body, Yi Qin Feng immediately sent Fa Tian Ancestor, Shen Henggu, and Peak Evil Ancestor into the universe mirror. He then took back the 3 ancestral flags and flew out of Dragon Teeth Mountain at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 1854. Fa Tian Zhu, tell me, where is the Dragon God? Yi Qin Feng came to the unconscious Fa Tian Ancestor and forced him to wake up. What happened? The Dragon God is in the dragon's tomb, but the entrance is sealed by a divine stone left behind by the Imperial Sky Tribe leader. Outsiders cannot enter. Fa Tian Zhu slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Yi Qin Feng, his soul clearly struggled, but he couldn't resist the God-Eater brain's control. He obediently told Yi Qin Feng the whereabouts of the Dragon God. Just as I guessed, Supreme Emperor Heaven's true body isn't in the dragon's world. Yi Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this news. Based on the current situation, as long as they could save the Dragon God from the dragon's tomb and heal his injuries, the Dragon Tribe would definitely be able to survive this calamity. Tell me about Supreme Emperor Heaven's clone and your next plan, Yi Qin Feng ordered, not allowing any room for resistance. The Imperial Sky Tribe leader's clone fought with the Dragon God and was heavily injured. He can only attack with all his might for a day. Their next plan is to use the power of the Dragon Tribe to pressure the Dragon Emperor so that he won't dare to use the power of the ancestral land to kill. Fa Tian Zhu told Yi Qin Feng everything he knew. Based on what you know, when is the date of your forced abdication? Yi Qin Feng continued to ask. 5 days later, Fa Tian Zhu said. 5 days, time is a bit tight. Yi Qin Feng muttered to himself. Fa Tian, you will follow me from now on. If you are loyal to me, I might give you a fortuitous encounter in the future and let you enter the empty God realm. Thank you, young Master Yi. Although Fa Tian Zhu didn't believe Yi Qin Feng, he could only choose to submit at this moment. Tell me the location of the dragon's tomb, Yi Qin Feng asked. Yes, Fa Tian Zhu told Yi Qin Feng the exact location of the dragon's tomb. After learning the location of the dragon tomb from Fa Tian Ancestor, Yi Qin Feng left the universe mirror and summoned the immortal wings to fly toward the dragon tomb at an extremely fast speed. The dragon tomb was the tomb of the most powerful race of the dragon clan, the first ancestor dragon. It was the holy land of the dragon clan. It was located at the source of a dragon vein in the depths of the Dragon Mountain. We finally arrived at the Dragon Horde Mountain. After nearly a day of hurrying, Yi Qin Feng, who had raised his flying speed to the maximum, finally arrived at the Mount Myriad Dragons, a mountain range that stretched endlessly without end. So many restrictions. When Yi Qin Feng released his powerful soul force to cover the Myriad Dragon Mountains, he discovered that the mountains were covered with restrictions, many of which were extremely powerful, enough to pose a threat to ordinary ancestor realm masters. Swish! An ear-piercing sound rang out. Yi Qin Feng ignored the restrictions in the Mountain of Dragons and flew into the mountain at an extremely fast speed. He followed the route that Fa Tian Ancestor had told him and flew to the dragon tomb in the deepest part of the Mountain of Dragons. How dare you? Who are you? Why are you trespassing in the Dragon Horde Mountain? Yi Qin Feng summoned his ancestor realm sword soul and unleashed a powerful attack. When he broke through the restrictions in the Dragon Horde Mountain, he alerted the experts of the Golden Dragon Tribe who were guarding the mountain. Many golden dragons flew into the depths of the Dragon Horde Mountain and blocked Yi Qin Feng's path. I'm sorry. Time was of the essence. Yi Qin Feng did not waste time talking to them. He quickly flapped the immortal wings and created a hurricane to attack the Golden Dragons. The Golden Dragon tribe was the most powerful tribe in the Dragon Clan, and they were extremely powerful. However, the Golden Dragons that blocked Yi Qinfeng's path had not reached the Ancestor Realm, and they were unable to pose a threat to Yi Qinfeng. Under the attack of the ancestral artifact, Undying Wings, the gigantic Golden Dragons were heavily injured. Their several thousand-meter-long bodies smashed into the depths of the Dragon's War Mountain, crushing towering ancient trees and creating huge craters in the mountain. They all fell unconscious. Yi Qinfeng dealt with the several Golden Dragon tribe experts, blocking his way like a gust of autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. He did not slow down, continuing to pass through one powerful restriction after another, slowly approaching the dragon's tomb. Rumble! When he approached the dragon tomb, the scenery in front of Yi Qinfeng suddenly changed. The vast mountains disappeared and a roaring sea of lightning appeared. It rolled through the void and attacked Yi Qinfeng. Life and death plate, break for me! Yi Qinfeng decisively summoned the life and death plate to meet the attack of the sea of lightning formed by the powerful seals. Boom, boom, boom! A series of deafening explosions rang out. Under the attacks of the life and death plate, which was constantly growing in size, the surging sea of lightning continued to shatter. The entire space was torn apart by the life and death plate. Ancestor, sword, spirit, break! When the life and death plate attacked with all its might, the god-devouring brain, which was rapidly deducing, locked onto the formation base of the restriction. At this moment, the ancestor-level sword soul flew out, drawing a black sword shadow in the air as it constantly attacked the incomparably tough formation base, forcibly shattering the formation base that had been damaged in the early stages. It broke through this extremely powerful restriction that could threaten an ordinary ancestor-level expert. The sea of lightning restrictions disappeared, and Yi Qinfeng continued to speed up. Relying on his absolute strength, he tore through another extremely powerful restriction and arrived at the deepest part of Dragon Mountain. He saw the dragon tomb sealed by a divine stone that was dozens of meters tall and gave off a 5-colored light. It was a divine stone that flowed with powerful restrictions. And under the extraterrestrial divine stone, Yi Qinfeng saw a man wearing a golden dragon robe. He had an extraordinary bearing and held a dragon sword that exuded the power of destruction. Although Yi Qinfeng had never seen the Dragon Emperor before, when Yi Qinfeng saw the man in dragon robes holding the dragon sword, he immediately guessed his identity. He was the leader of the Dragon Clan, the Dragon Emperor who controlled the entire Dragon Realm. Yi Qinfeng discovered the Dragon Emperor, and the Dragon Emperor also discovered Yi Qinfeng. A suffocating dragon might erupted from his body and locked onto Yi Qinfeng. Dragon Emperor, don't misunderstand. I am here to save the Dragon God. Before the Dragon Emperor attacked, Yi Qinfeng immediately shouted at him, "Do you think I will believe your nonsense?" Looking at Yi Qinfeng's unfamiliar face, the Dragon Emperor's deep eyes emitted dense killing intent. He was about to use the Dragon Clan's most precious treasure, the Void God artifact Ancestral Dragon Sword, to kill Yi Qinfeng. Dragon Emperor, you may not believe me, but you should believe Long Xiaotian. Sensing the terrifying aura emitted by the Ancestral Dragon Sword, Yi Qinfeng inexplicably felt his heart tremble. He immediately summoned Long Xiaotian. Long Xiaotian, why are you here? The Dragon Emperor frowned when he saw Long Xiaotian, who had been missing for a long time. He did not attack Yi Qinfeng immediately. Xiaotian greets, Your Majesty, Dragon Emperor. Looking at the Dragon Clan's leader, Long Xiaotian kneeled on the ground and respectfully kowtowed 3 times to the Dragon Emperor. He then quickly explained the whole sequence of events. Can he really be trusted? The Dragon Clan was in a life and death crisis. It was difficult for the Dragon Emperor to trust the unfamiliar Yi Qinfeng. Your Majesty, Dragon Emperor, there is an old friend who wishes to meet you. Perhaps you will believe his words." After saying that, Yi Qinfeng summoned Shen Henggu from the universe mirror. "Brother Henggu, why are you here? Didn't you already?" Looking at the sudden appearance of Shen Henggu and sensing the familiar aura from him, the Dragon Emperor was stunned. His cold and arrogant face was filled with shock. "How can I bear to die before killing all those bastards from the Sky Clan?" Shen Henggu smiled faintly and said, "Xingfeng, young Master Yi is a trustworthy person. We are here to save the Dragon God." "But how do you know that the Dragon God's ancestor is trapped in the Dragon Tomb?" The Dragon Emperor knew about the hatred between the God Clan and the Sky Clan. When he saw Shen Henggu, the coldness in his eyes lessened as he asked, "Because we have Heaven Punisher under our control." Shen Henggu said, Chapter 1855. "Xingfeng, if you trust us, then hand the Dragon God over to us. We will think of a way to save him." Shen Henggu said, "Sigh, Brother Henggu, we have known each other for millions of years. Of course I trust you. However, the Dragon Tomb is sealed by this divine stone. I can't break it even with the ancestral dragon sword. Saving the Dragon God is as difficult as ascending to the heavens." Dragon Emperor sighed. "If we can't enter through the entrance, then we can try entering from other places." Yi Qinfeng said after pondering for a moment, "It's no use. The Dragon Tomb is in a different space. Other than the entrance, there is no other way to enter." Dragon Emperor shook his head. "How would we know if we don't try?" Yi Qinfeng smiled and summoned the Space Swallower. This Space Swallower. The Dragon Emperor's eyes lit up when he saw the space swallowing bug that was more than 1/2 meter long and had a mouthful of sharp teeth. The Space Swallower has the ability to swallow wormholes. I think it won't be difficult for it to swallow a passage into the Dragon Tomb." Yi Qinfeng said, All right. I'll leave it to you to save the Dragon God's ancestor. As long as you can save the Dragon God's ancestor and resolve our Dragon Clan's crisis, our Dragon Clan will definitely reward you generously." Seeing that Yi Qinfeng had the space-swallowing bug, the Dragon Emperor saw the light of hope of saving the Dragon God and promised, in front of everyone, "Everything will have to wait until the crisis of the dragon race is resolved." Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, "In order to gain the trust of the Dragon God, I hope that your Majesty Dragon Emperor can leave a soul message." "All right." Dragon Emperor nodded and took out a jade slip. He left a soul message and passed it to Yi Qinfeng. "Oh, right, your Majesty Dragon Emperor. According to Futian, the Supreme Emperor Heaven in the Dragon World is not him, but his avatar. Back then, he and the Dragon God suffered heavy injuries. Now he can only hold on for a day or so. Also, the heavenly race and the demon race will attack in 4 days. Your Majesty Dragon Emperor should prepare in advance." Yi Qinfeng revealed 2 important pieces of information to Dragon Emperor. "Many thanks." The Dragon Emperor's eyes lit up. The news that Yi Qinfeng told him was very important. "All right, your Majesty Dragon Emperor, leave this place to us. You should quickly go back and preside over the situation," Yi Qinfeng urged. "All right, I'll leave everything to you." The Dragon Emperor put away the ancestral dragon sword and returned to Golden Dragon City through the teleportation formation hidden in the myriad Dragon Mountain. "Space Swallowing Bug, it's up to you now." After the Dragon Emperor left, Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the God Eater brain to deduce the location where the spatial restriction was relatively weak. He let the space swallowers quickly devour the space and forcefully opened a passage to the dragon's tomb. The space swallower had evolved into a mystic-level ancestor beast, and its swallowing ability had greatly increased. In just half a day, it had swallowed a space tunnel that was several thousand meters long, and gradually approached the wall of the alternate space hidden in the dragon tomb. While the space-swallowing insects were trying their best to break through the tunnel, the Heavenly Clan and the Monster Clan were shocked by Fa Tian Zu's strange disappearance. Tell me, before Fa Tianzu disappeared, who did he meet? A middle-aged man wearing a dark golden robe, a golden crown, an aquiline nose, and eyes that were like two black whirlpools that shot out endless fierce light asked in an extremely cold voice. This man in the dark golden robe was none other than the immortal demon ancestor's greatest enemy, the clan leader of the Bird Clan, Golden Rock Demon Ancestor. Demon Ancestor, when we were passing by Dragon Teeth Mountain, we were suddenly attacked. Fa Tianzu chased after the attacker, and we have not heard from him since then. The clan leader of the Black Dragon Clan endured the humiliation in his heart and reported the situation. Demon Ancestor. Fa Tianzu's sudden disappearance is not simple. There are less than 5 people in the entire Dragon Clan who can suppress Fa Tianzu without anyone noticing. The clan leader of the 6 Stars Heavenly Ancestor, who was wearing a purple robe and whose status was second only to Fa Tianzu, thought for a while and said with an ugly expression, "As long as the Supreme Emperor Heaven's clone did not appear, Fa Tianzu was the temporary leader of the Heavenly Clan. Before they could force the Dragon Emperor to abdicate, their leader had disappeared. This made the 2 clans feel that something was wrong. It should be the Dragon Emperor." The clan leader of the Black Dragon Clan said after thinking for a while, "Yes, the possibility of the Dragon Emperor taking action is higher. However, even if he suppresses Fa Tianzu, he can't change the fate of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan will definitely die this time." Clan leader of the White Clan said coldly, "Continue to investigate Fa Tianzu's whereabouts. Inform me immediately if there is any news." Golden Rock Demon Ancestor ordered angrily, "Dragon Emperor, I have underestimated you. However, it is too late for you to take action now. The Dragon Clan has already fallen." Time flew by, and soon another day had passed. Finally, the God-Eater Brain's relentless efforts created a tunnel that led to the Dragon Tomb. Whoosh! After the tunnel was opened, Yi Qinfeng immediately flew into the wormhole that was half the height of a person and entered the Dragon Tomb that was filled with dense death qi. Where will the Dragon God heal? According to Long Xiaotian, the Dragon Tomb was very big and it would take some time to find the Dragon God. Now, there were only 2.5 days left before the 2 clans would force the Dragon Clan to abdicate. Yi Qinfeng had to seize every second. Woo, woo, woo. Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater Brain to quickly deduce and search for the Dragon God. The dragon souls in the Dragon Tomb sensed his unfamiliar aura and drilled out of the huge dragon caves. They opened their bloody mouths and launched ferocious soul attacks at him. God-Eater Brain, devour! After being attacked by a large number of dragon souls, Yi Qinfeng used all his strength to defend while summoning the God-Eater Brain. He controlled the brain to form a powerful devouring whirlpool that continuously devoured the approaching dragon souls and turned them into nutrients for the God-Eater Brain to accelerate its transformation. "How dare you? Who are you? How did you enter this place?" Just as Yi Qinfeng was controlling the God-Eater Brain to devour the dragon souls while searching for the Dragon God, a thunderous roar resounded in his ears. In the next moment, a white-haired old man wearing a gray robe appeared. He exuded a thick ancestral aura and held a huge walking stick with a dragon head. A living person. Yi Qinfeng was overjoyed when he sensed the powerful aura of life from the old man. He hurriedly said, "We were entrusted by His Majesty the Dragon Emperor to save Senior, Dragon God." "Humph, do you think I will believe your nonsense? Those who are not of the dragon race will be killed without mercy when they step into the Dragon Tomb." The gray-robed old man snorted coldly. A powerful ancestral aura erupted from his burly body. He was about to attack and kill Yi Qinfeng, who trespassed into the Dragon Tomb. "Senior, I have His Majesty the Dragon Emperor's soul transmission here. Senior will know if I'm lying to you once you hear it." Yi Qinfeng took out the soul jade slip and threw it to the gray-robed elder. Were you really invited by Xingfeng to save the dragon god? The gray-robed old man frowned slightly when he heard the Dragon Emperor's voice transmission in the soul jade slip. Senior, apart from the Golden Dragon race, Winged Dragon race, and Heavenly Dragon race, the other races are controlled by the Sky race and the Monster race. Only Senior Dragon God can turn the tide and solve the Dragon race's crisis. Yi Qinfeng said anxiously. All right, since the Dragon Emperor trusts you, I will take you to see the Dragon God. Hearing the situation of the dragon race, the gray-robed old man hesitated for a moment, but still brought Yi Qinfeng to the place where the Dragon God was healing. He saw the Dragon God sitting cross-legged in an ancient dragon cave, absorbing the power of the ancestral dragon to heal his serious injuries. Chapter 1856. Dragon God. This human claims to be the person invited by the Dragon Emperor to save you. The gray-robed elder came to the Dragon God's side and said respectfully, "This is the Dragon Emperor's sole message that he brought. I didn't expect you to be able to enter the dragon tomb when the entrance is sealed by the divine stone. You're really something." The Dragon God opened his tightly shut eyes and looked at Yi Qinfeng, who had a calm expression and a clear gaze in his eyes. "Senior Dragon God, your injuries are very serious." Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain to sense the Dragon God's physical condition and found that his injuries were very serious. "This injury is nothing." The Dragon God shook his head and said, "Let's go out. It's time to settle the score with those invaders." "Senior Dragon God, don't worry. I have a way to heal you by 70% in a short time." Although the Dragon God's injuries were serious, they were far from the divine Tao Void realm. The Life Origin Spirit Pearl could heal part of Xinheng's injuries in a short time. Really? The Dragon God was stunned. The eyes of the three gray-robed elders shone with endless light as if thousands of stars were shining at the same time. "Okay." Yi Qinfeng nodded, took out an extremely precious Life Origin Spirit Pearl, and handed it to the Dragon God. "What a powerful life origin energy. I didn't expect you to have such a good item." Sensing the life origin energy contained in the life origin spirit pearl, the Dragon God's turbid eyes showed a hint of anticipation. "I'll remember this favor. I'll definitely repay it in the future." With that, the Dragon God swallowed the life origin spirit bead into his stomach and quickly refined it. "Senior, if you trust me, I'll take you to a place where the flow of time is 30 times faster than the outside world. Healing there can save a lot of time," Yi Qinfeng suggested. "Haha, let's go then." The Dragon God laughed and said casually. He followed Yi Qinfeng into the 5th level of the universe realm. Xiaotian greets the ancestor of the Dragon God. Seeing the Dragon God follow Yi Qinfeng into the 5th level of the universe realm, Long Xiaotian immediately went forward, knelt, and said respectfully, "Xiaotian." Long Xiaotian was a top genius of the Dragon Clan and was deeply loved by the Dragon God. His sudden disappearance made the Dragon God furious. Now that he saw him again, the Dragon God was very happy and helped him up. "And Xiaotian, what's in your body?" When the Dragon God touched Long Xiaotian's arm, he unexpectedly felt a familiar aura in his body and showed a look of surprise. "Is this what the ancestor was talking about?" With that said, Long Xiaotian took out the ancestral dragon pearl that Yi Qinfeng gave him. "Ancestral dragon pearl, it's really the ancestral dragon pearl. Xiaotian, where did you find this treasure?" Dragon God asked excitedly after receiving the ancestral dragon pearl. "This ancestral dragon pearl was given to me by young Master Yi." Long Xiaotian said, "Senior, I obtained this ancestral dragon pearl in the tomb of the Great Void." Yi Qinfeng briefly explained the origin of the ancestral dragon pearl. We can confirm that the ancestral dragon pearl has always been in the tomb of the Great Void. At this time, Xin Daoxiu and Xin Henggu slowly walked over and said, "Xin Daoxiu, Shen Henggu, it's you guys." The dragon god was even more shocked when he saw the two of them suddenly appear. Dragon god, there are rumors that the ancestral dragon pearl is the key to opening your dragon clan's secret realm. It seems that the rumors are true. Shin Hengu said with a smile, "That's right. This ancestral dragon pearl is indeed the key to opening the ancestral dragon secret realm." The dragon god nodded and said without hiding anything, "As long as we can open the ancestral dragon's secret realm, even if the Supreme Emperor Truebody comes, it will be useless." "Senior, may I know where the ancestral dragon mysterious realm is?" Yi Qinfeng asked. "It's in this dragon tomb." The dragon god said, "Little friend, I will heal here for 30 days. After 30 days, I will have to trouble you to wake me up and send me out." "All right, no problem." Yi Qinfeng nodded his head and agreed. Time flew by, and 30 days passed in a flash. 30 days in the universe realm was only 1 day in the outside world. When the time was up, Yi Qinfeng woke up the healing dragon god and left the universe realm with him. The dragon god was an empty god almighty with extremely strong refining ability. He easily refined the life origin spiritual pearl and used the powerful life origin to heal 80% of his injuries. "Dragon god, your injuries." Sensing that the dragon god's injuries were no longer serious, the gray-robed old man who had guarded the dragon tomb for countless years revealed a shocked expression. "My injuries are no longer serious. Let's go to the ancestral dragon's secret realm," the dragon god said. "Ancestral dragon's secret realm? Dragon god, you found the ancestral dragon pearl?" the gray-robed old man asked in surprise. They knew that only by finding the ancestral dragon pearl could they open the ancestral dragon secret realm. "That's right. Little friend, Yi brought the ancestral dragon pearl back for our dragon clan from the great void tomb. As long as we open the ancestral dragon's secret realm and awaken the ancestral dragon ancestor, our dragon clan's crisis will be resolved." The dragon god nodded. The 3 gray-robed old men bowed deeply to Yi Qinfeng and said gratefully from the bottom of their hearts, "Little friendy, thank you for everything you've done for our dragon clan. We'll never forget it." "Seniors, you're too polite. Time is of the essence. Let's go to the ancestral dragon's secret realm now." There was only about a day left before the Sky Clan and the Demon Clan forced them to abdicate. They had to race against time. Otherwise, the Dragon Clan would suffer heavy losses. Although the Dragon Tomb was huge, it was only a short distance for the Dragon God. He flew quickly with Yi Qinfeng and the other 3, and soon arrived at the ancestral dragon's secret realm deep in the Dragon Tomb. What a terrifying aura! Feeling the terrifying ancestral power from the 2 stone doors that were dozens of feet tall and had 2 ferocious dragons carved on the surface. Even with Yi Qinfeng's strength as a 1-star Dao ancestor, he found it difficult to breathe and his soul trembled. Standing under the giant dragon stone doors, the dragon god took out the ancestral dragon pearl and placed it in the groove under the stone doors. Suddenly, the 2 giant dragon stone doors set off a deafening dragon roar. The 2 giant dragons seemed to come alive and swam between the 2 stone doors. Ka ka ka! Slowly, the 2 stone doors opened. An ancient and majestic aura was projected from the gap between the stone doors, causing the entire space to tremble violently. "Little friendy, you're not a member of the Dragon Clan. You can't enter the ancestral dragon's secret realm. Please wait outside for a moment." The dragon god stood outside the open stone doors and said apologetically, "Okay, then I'll wait for Senior here." Yi Qinfeng nodded and sat cross-legged outside the open dragonstone doors. He silently absorbed the powerful ancestral qi from the stone doors and cultivated. "Come, let's go in." Filled with excitement, the dragon god and the other 3 walked into the ancestral dragon's secret realm. Roar, roar, roar. As soon as the dragon god and the other 3 entered the ancestral dragon's secret realm, a series of dragon roars came from the secret realm. It was as if the terrifying ancestral dragon had been resurrected. Then the ancestral chi from the ancestral dragon's secret realm grew stronger and stronger. It became more and more vigorous, causing the entire secret realm to tremble. About a day later, the dragon god and the other 3 left the ancestral dragon's secret realm and returned to the dragon tomb. At this time, the dragon god had undergone earth-shattering changes. Not only was his injury completely healed, but his strength had also increased significantly. There were faint signs of him breaking through to mid-level virtual god. Little friendy, sorry to keep you waiting. We can go to Golden Dragon City now. The dragon god, who felt like he had been reborn, said, Okay. Yi Qinfeng nodded and led the dragon god and the other 3 to the space passage that had been dug by the space swallower bugs. They went through the teleportation formation in the Dragon's War Mountain and rushed to Golden Dragon City. Chapter 1857. Stop! This is the Golden Dragon Palace. Without the permission of the Dragon Emperor, you are not allowed to enter. When Bai Tianzu and the others led the elders and clansmen of the dragon race to the magnificent Golden Dragon Palace, they were immediately stopped by a large number of Golden Dragon Race guards, who scolded them loudly. What, even I can't enter? The patriarch of the Black Dragon clan, who was dressed in a black robe and had a black beard around his mouth, slowly walked over and said domineeringly. He was emitting a strong dragon aura. No. The loyal Golden Dragon clan guard gritted his teeth as he endured the terrifying pressure released by the Black Dragon Patriarch. You're courting death. The Black Dragon Patriarch's eyes were filled with killing intent. He quickly reached out with his right hand and instantly transformed into a sharp dragon claw. He grabbed at the Golden Dragon Guard's chest, wanting to kill him to establish his might. Just as the Golden Dragon Guard's body was about to be pierced by the Black Dragon Patriarch's dragon claw, a golden light suddenly shot out from the Golden Dragon Palace and bombarded the incomparably sharp dragon claw. It shattered the dragon claw and saved the Golden Dragon Guard. Open the palace door and let them in. The Black Dragon Patriarch's face darkened. Just as he was about to continue attacking, the Dragon Emperor's majestic voice echoed in the void, shaking the entire space. It's His Majesty, the Dragon Emperor. The Golden Dragon Guard said respectfully and quickly opened a path, allowing the arrogant Bai Tianzu, the Black Dragon Patriarch, and the others to barge into the Golden Dragon Palace. Outside the Golden Dragon Palace, the White Dragon Patriarch, the Black Dragon Patriarch, and the others saw the Dragon Emperor and a group of Golden Dragon Race experts sitting on the Golden Dragon throne in a golden dragon robe. Although the Golden Dragon Race was the number 1 race of the Dragon Race and their overall strength far surpassed the other races, the Celestial Race and the Demon Race controlled the other races other than the Winged Dragon Race. Their overall strength far surpassed the Golden Dragon Race. However, in the face of today's situation, the Dragon Emperor's cold and arrogant face was still incomparably calm, as if everything today was under his control. You're here today to force me to abdicate, right? The Dragon King's deep eyes shot out rays of light as he looked at the familiar faces and slowly said, That's right, Long Xingfeng. You don't deserve to be the Dragon Clan's emperor anymore. We came here today to ask you to hand over the Dragon Emperor's position. The Black Dragon Clan's patriarch was the first to stand out. He coldly stared at the Dragon Emperor and loudly said, I don't deserve to be the emperor of the Dragon Clan, but do you, a traitor who betrayed your master, deserve it? The Dragon Emperor looked at the Black Dragon Clan leader with disdain. Long Xingfeng, our Dragon Clan has a rule. If all the clan leaders jointly order you to abdicate, you must obey. You cannot disobey. The Black Dragon Clan leader brought out the Dragon Clan's ancestral rule. That's right, our Dragon Clan does have such an ancestral rule. However, Patriarch Yinglong doesn't seem to agree with your decision. The Dragon Monarch said slowly. The Winged Dragon Clan will forever support His Majesty the Dragon Emperor and defend the Dragon Clan. Yinglong, who had been rescued by Yi Qinfeng and had come to Golden Dragon City early, walked out of the Golden Dragon Palace to support the Dragon Emperor. Humph. The Winged Dragon Clan is just a small clan. What's the use of just him supporting you? The Black Dragon Clan leader frowned slightly and looked at Yinglong coldly. What if I also supports His Majesty the Dragon Emperor? The Heavenly Dragon Clan leader, Long Kuin, led a group of experts from the Heavenly Dragon Clan to stand on the Dragon Emperor's side. Long Kuin, do you want to die? The Black Phoenix demon ancestor didn't expect Long Kuin to suddenly betray them. His face instantly turned gloomy as he sent a warning. Haha, Black Phoenix, do you really think you can control me with your little tricks? You're too naive. Long Kuin laughed. His soul moved and directly shattered the soul mark that was weakened to the extreme by the God-Eater brain, regaining his freedom. How did you do it? Feeling the soul mark in Long Kuin's soul suddenly disappear, the Black Phoenix demon ancestor widened his eyes in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Long Kuin had the means to break the soul mark. Long Batian, what do you say now? With the support of the Heavenly Dragon Clan and the Winged Dragon Clan, the situation immediately reversed. The Dragon Clan's ancestral rules were useless now. The Dragon Emperor revealed a proud smile. Long Xingfeng, is it useful to have the support of these two trash? If you don't hand over the Dragon Emperor's position, you're destined to die. The Black Dragon Clan leader, Long Batian, said with a gloomy face. Long Batian, do you really think you've won? The Dragon Emperor said domineeringly, Today this Emperor is sitting here. If you want the Dragon Emperor's position, then come. If you can kill me, this Dragon Emperor's position is yours. Long Batian's strength was originally weaker than Long Xingfeng. Moreover, Long Xingfeng had the ancestral dragon sword, the Dragon Clan's greatest treasure. Even with the support of the Heavenly Clan and the Demon Clan's Ancestor Realm experts, he didn't have the courage to challenge the Dragon Emperor. Why are you scared? Looking at the gloomy face of Long Batian, the Dragon Emperor said disdainfully, Long Batian, with your courage and boldness, you want to become the leader of my Dragon Clan? You'd better obediently be a dog of the Demon Clan and Heavenly Clan. Hearing the Dragon Emperor ridiculing him in front of all the patriarchs, Long Batian was so angry that his entire body trembled and his lungs almost exploded. Long Hong, and you guys, if you change your mind now, it's not too late. Moreover, I promise you, no matter what restrictions they put on you, I can guarantee your safety. The Dragon Emperor shifted his gaze to the Silver Dragon Clan leader, Long Hong and the others, and promised in front of everyone. Really? Long Hong and the others' eyes lit up as they looked at the Dragon Emperor. They were different from the Black Dragon Clan leader. In their hearts, they were unwilling to betray the Dragon Clan and the Dragon Emperor. They were all controlled by the Heavenly Clan and the Demon Clan, and had no choice but to come to the Golden Dragon City to force the Dragon Emperor to abdicate. And this Emperor's words carry weight. Since this Emperor dares to make a promise, I will naturally ensure your safety. The Dragon Emperor nodded and promised. Dragon Emperor, we are willing to fight the enemy with you and defend the Dragon Clan with our lives. Hearing the Dragon Emperor's promise, the faces of the Heavenly Clan and the Demon Clan immediately changed. However, the people of the Dragon Clan, led by Long Hong, were pleasantly surprised as they all came to the Dragon Emperor's trench. You are courting death. When the White Ancestor, Black Phoenix Ancestor, and the others saw that the Dragon Emperor had convinced Long Hong and the others with a few words, they revealed ferocious expressions. They wanted to detonate the restrictions in their bodies and kill them to warn the other Dragon Clan experts. Power of the Ancestral Land Seal. When the White Ancestor and the others detonated the restrictions, the Dragon Emperor, who had long been prepared, activated the power of the Ancestral Land and released a powerful ancestral power to envelop Long Hong and the others, cutting off their connection with the outside world so that the White Ancestor and the others couldn't detonate the restrictions in their bodies. How could this be? Looking at Long Hong and the others who were enveloped by the ancestral power and unharmed, Long Beishan's expression instantly changed as a strong sense of uneasiness arose in his heart. Long Xingfeng, I underestimated your methods, but even if they are willing, it's useless. Your dragon clan still can't escape the fate of being exterminated. Chapter 1858. Golden Rock, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The Dragon Emperor's deep eyes were filled with battle intent when he saw the Golden Rock ancestor of the Bird Clan appear. A terrifying dragon aura spread out from his body and turned into a ferocious dragon head. It roared and attacked the Golden Rock ancestor. Whoosh whoosh! Golden Rock's eyes narrowed. Two sharp rays shot out from his eyes and penetrated the dragon's head, directly piercing through the dragon's might. Golden Rock, you're not my match. Let the Supreme Emperor Heaven Clone come out. The Dragon Emperor's expression didn't change at all when he saw the Golden Rock ancestor's eyes penetrating the dragon head. He slowly stood up and said in an overbearing manner, Long Xingfeng, do you still think the Dragon Clan is the most powerful divine beast? Above all divine beasts? The Golden Rock ancestor said with disdain, Today, I'll let you know that your Dragon Clan is just a joke. With that, the golden crown on the Golden Rock Great Elder's head shone with endless light. When the Golden Rock Great Elder fused with the golden crown, his battle prowess soared. A layer of dark golden light covered the feathers on his body, making him look mighty. The limit golden crown. I didn't expect you to bring this treasure. However, if I want to kill you, the limit golden crown won't be able to save you. The limit golden crown was the Bird Clan's greatest treasure. It was a supreme grade ancestral artifact. Once merged, it could unleash the strongest potential of the body. The Golden Rock ancestor was a peak ancestor. After merging with the limit golden crown, his battle strength could soar to the level of a low-grade virtual god. It was extremely terrifying. Haha, is that so? Then let's see who will be the winner today. The Golden Rock ancestor laughed. His sharp eyes shot out endless light. His body flashed slightly and disappeared into the horizon as if he had teleported. He appeared in front of the Dragon Emperor and launched a fatal attack. The Golden Rock demonic ancestor's attack was very sudden and extremely fast, making it impossible to guard against. However, the Dragon Emperor's strength was even more terrifying. His powerful soul instantly captured the trajectory of the Golden Rock demonic ancestor's attack. He didn't use any moves and just blasted out an ordinary punch. With one punch, the space shattered. The terrifying fist light instantly collapsed layers of space, shattering the Golden Rock ancestor's extreme speed attack and forcing him to retreat. Power of the ancestral land seal. After forcing Golden Rock demonic ancestor back with a punch, Dragon Emperor took a step forward and merged with the power of the ancestral land to seal the entire Golden Dragon Palace. Next, a terrifying dragon aura erupted from his body and turned into a terrifying dragon shadow, attacking Golden Rock demonic ancestor ferociously. Screech! The Golden Rock demonic ancestor roared and flapped his wings violently. A large number of light feathers shot towards the Dragon Emperor like flying swords. Wherever the flying sword passed, sword scars would appear. It was as though the entire space had been sliced apart by Golden Rock demon ancestor. Break! The Dragon Emperor punched a second time. The terrifying fist radiance was like an erupting volcano, collapsing layers of space and shattering Golden Rock's feather swords. It forcefully broke Golden Rock's attack. So strong! How can the Dragon Emperor be so strong? The White Ancestor, Black Phoenix demonic ancestor, and the others were shocked when they saw how the Dragon Emperor broke Golden Rock demonic ancestor's attack. They had all fought with the Dragon Clan's patriarch-level experts, and the Black Lawn demon ancestor had even forced the Heavenly Dragon clan's great elder Long Yen to death. However, they discovered that the Dragon clan's patriarch-level experts were far too weak compared to the Dragon Emperor. They had a feeling that although the Dragon Emperor had not broken through to the virtual god realm, his combat strength had reached the virtual god realm. Golden Rock, show me your true strength. This kind of attack is useless against me, the mighty Dragon Emperor said proudly. A large number of golden dragon scales covered his body. At this moment, he was like an invincible god of war, undefeatable. Battle form. After experiencing the Dragon Emperor's terrifying strength, Golden Rock, demonic ancestor, immediately burned his powerful bloodline power and transformed into his strongest battle form. He held a supreme-grade ancestral artifact that was emitting an ominous aura and pierced through space, stabbing towards the Dragon Emperor. As the spear stabbed forward, the chaotic space seemed to be torn apart by the spear. The terrifying spear radiance was like a crack in space that kept spreading as it stabbed towards the Dragon Emperor. In the face of this invincible spear, the Dragon Emperor did not dodge, nor did he use any powerful superpower. Instead, he continued to wave his dragon-scaled fist radiance to meet the attack. Ka! When the Dragon Emperor's powerful fist collided with the spear, the powerful spear radiance shook violently and shattered like glass. The Dragon Emperor is mighty. The Dragon Emperor is invincible. The Dragon Emperor is invincible. Seeing the Dragon Emperor shattering Golden Rock, demonic ancestors' attacks with his fist, the Dragon Clan experts' morale soared as they cheered loudly. On the other hand, the experts from the Heavenly Tribe and the Demon Clan looked ghastly. The Dragon Emperor's strength was beyond their imagination, and it made them tremble. Screech! Screech! Golden Rock, demonic ancestor, continued to use his killer move. Ferocious rock shadows split out from his body and attacked the Dragon Emperor at a speed that was more than 10 times the speed of light. When Golden Rock, demonic ancestor, split the rock shadows to attack, he attacked with the supreme-grade ancestral artifact at the same time, trying to suppress the Dragon Emperor. The Golden Rock, demonic ancestor's attacks were extremely ferocious and terrifying. Ordinary ancestor realm experts couldn't withstand it, but the Dragon Emperor was almost invincible in the Golden Dragon Palace. He didn't use any divine ability, and just relied on a pair of indestructible fists to continuously shatter the Golden Rock, demonic ancestor's attacks. Heavenly Domain. After experiencing the terror of the Dragon Emperor, Golden Rock, demonic ancestor, used his killer move. His entire body's intent realm merged with the void, forming the most mysterious Heavenly Domain. When the Heavenly Domain was formed, the space under his feet was filled with endless heavenly power. It was like a surging wave that caused a huge change in the entire space. Heavenly Domain. I didn't expect the Heavenly Tribe to impart the Domain superpower to you. Sensing the power of the Domain around Golden Rock, demonic ancestor, the Dragon Emperor's arrogant face turned solemn. The Domain was the most profound, intent realm. Only by cultivating Tao intent to the extreme and breaking through the empty God realm could one cultivate the Domain. Once the Domain was formed, he would be the ruler of the entire Domain. In the Domain, he could control everything and was invincible. The Heavenly Domain was the top domain in the universe. Back then, the Heavenly Tribe defeated the Divine Tribe with the Heavenly Domain. The reason why Golden Rock, demonic ancestor, could use the Domain was because of the extreme Golden Crown. Long Xingfeng, let me send you to hell. Golden Rock, demonic ancestor, roared and stabbed the Dragon Emperor with his spear. Suddenly, the entire space was in chaos. The terrifying Domain power destroyed everything and brought a huge threat to the Dragon Emperor. Hum, hum, hum. A deafening dragon roar came from the Dragon Emperor's body as he faced Golden Rock ancestral demons, spear that was filled with the power of the Domain. A 5-clawed golden dragon shadow that was thousands of meters long soared into the sky and merged with his right fist, increasing the power of his punch. Boom! The Dragon Emperor punched out, and the powerful force was instantly compressed to the extreme. The terrifying fist radiance with unparalleled destructive power bombarded the heavenly domain's spear radiance. Rumble! The two powerful forces collided and shattered the space. A huge black hole appeared in the entire space as if the end of the world had arrived. Chapter 1859. Ancestral Dragon's Sword Break. The power of the territory was unimaginable. Even with the Dragon Emperor's strength and the ancestral land of the Dragon tribe, he could not withstand it. At the critical moment, the Dragon Emperor summoned the ancestral dragon's sword and slashed forward. As the sword slashed down, the terrifying might of the ancestral dragon roared in the sky. Like a raging wave, it swept through the remaining power of the spear light and broke the domain attack of the Golden Rock demonic progenitor. Ancestral Dragon's Sword. The Golden Rock ancestral dragon looked fearful as he looked at the light sword that was hovering above the Dragon Emperor's head. No matter how powerful a supreme-grade ancestral artifact was, it could not be compared to a void god artifact. Your Majesty, kill him and show the Dragon tribe's might. Your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor will win. The experts of the Dragon tribe cheered for the Dragon Emperor as they watched the Dragon Emperor summon the ancestral dragon sword and break the Golden Rock ancestral dragon's attack. Slash! The Dragon Emperor's eyes narrowed as he locked onto the Golden Rock demonic ancestor. He slashed out with his sword, and a terrifying sword light swept across 1,000 miles. It covered the entire sky and slashed towards the Golden Rock demonic ancestor with an unstoppable force. Swish! Although the Golden Rock ancestral dragon had unleashed his territory, he did not dare to face the ancestral dragon sword's power head-on. He immediately evaded the ancestral dragon sword's attack with unpredictable speed. Divine tainted blood. The moment the Golden Rock ancestral dragon sword's attack, the Golden Rock ancestral dragon suddenly closed in on the Dragon Emperor and struck out a ball of black blood that emitted a pungent stench. It stained the ancestral dragon sword. The ancestral dragon sword's power was immediately affected as it was stained with the divine tainted blood. Golden Rock, I didn't expect you to use the divine tainted blood to weaken the ancestral dragon sword's power. However, I have to say that your idea is a little childish. The ancestral dragon sword was stained by the divine tainted blood, but the Dragon Emperor did not look surprised. He quickly spat a mouthful of blood essence into the ancestral dragon sword and activated the multiplying divine runes in the ancestral dragon sword to quickly refine the divine tainted blood. In the blink of an eye, the divine tainted blood that could turn a supreme-grade ancestral artifact into an ordinary sacred artifact was refined by the divine runes in the ancestral dragon sword. Golden Puppet. The Golden Rock sovereign martial ancestor didn't expect that even the divine tainted blood couldn't taint the ancestral dragon sword. He quickly summoned 12 golden armored puppets that emitted golden light and wielded divine weapons to attack the Dragon Emperor. When the ancestral dragon sword in the Dragon Emperor's hand cut open a golden puppet like tofu, an unimaginable power spread out from the golden puppet, shattered the void, and bombarded the Dragon Emperor. When the Dragon Emperor stepped into the void and dodged the destructive power of the golden-bodied puppets, the remaining 11 golden-bodied puppets suddenly approached him and surrounded him. Golden Dragon Roar. Before the 11 golden puppets launched their attacks, a ferocious dragon had emerged from the Dragon Emperor's body. It let out a resonant dragon roar and bombarded the 11 golden puppets at close range, slightly slowing their reactions. In the next moment, the Dragon Emperor used the dragon race's inherited ability and strangely dodged the encirclement of the 11 golden puppets. He then slashed at them with the ancestral dragon sword. When the sword slashed down, the space where the 11 golden puppets were was completely shattered. The terrifying sword radiance with unstoppable power slashed at the 11 golden puppets and exploded them. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out. The 11 golden puppets exploded with terrifying destructive power, creating a black hole in the entire space. However, their self-destruction didn't harm the Dragon Emperor at all. Golden Rock, use whatever other moves you have. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. The Dragon Emperor's battle intent soared to the extreme after forcefully breaking the Golden Rock Sovereign Martial Ancestor's killing move. Extreme speed. The Golden Rock Sovereign Martial Ancestor didn't retreat. He raised his speed to the extreme and transformed into a series of afterimages in the air. He relied on his absolute speed to attack the Dragon Emperor. He wanted to use speed to suppress the Dragon Emperor. It's useless. You're destined to be the loser. Although the Golden Rock Sovereign Martial Ancestor's speed was unparalleled in the demon race, and only the Phoenix race could match it, the Dragon Emperor could continuously mobilize the power of the ancestral vein in the Golden Dragon Palace. Ancestral vein vortex. The Dragon Emperor roared and controlled the powerful ancestral vein power to form an endless vortex in the air. It twisted the entire space and restricted the Golden Rock Sovereign Martial Ancestor's speed. When the Golden Rock Sovereign Martial Ancestor was deep in the ancestral vein vortex, the Dragon Emperor's body erupted with terrifying ancestral power. The powerful dragon blood power swallowed the mountains and rivers and opened up 1,000 miles of space. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor looked disdainfully in all directions and slashed with his sword. The terrifying sword radiance turned into an invincible sword mountain and charged towards the Golden Rock Sovereign Martial Ancestor. Extreme Golden Crown defend. Facing the Dragon Emperor's sword mountain, the Golden Rock Sovereign Martial Ancestor, who couldn't dodge, immediately activated the Extreme Golden Crown's defensive power and formed layers of restrictive light walls in front of him. However, the ancestral dragon sword was a void god artifact. Its offensive power far exceeded the defensive power of the Extreme Golden Crown. With one slash, the restrictive light walls formed by the Extreme Golden Crown were instantly shattered. The terrifying sword power slashed towards the Golden Rock Sovereign Martial Ancestor. At this critical moment, the Golden Rock Sovereign Martial Ancestor executed a secret technique and transformed into several afterimages. He made use of the Extreme Golden Crown's defensive power and dodged to the side. Rumble. Before the Golden Rock Sovereign Martial Ancestor had a chance to catch his breath, the Dragon Emperor controlled the powerful ancestral vein power and turned it into a huge hand. The hand covered a radius of a few miles and landed heavily on the Golden Rock Sovereign Martial Ancestor's body, smashing him to the ground. Sovereign Martial Ancestor. Seeing the Dragon Emperor heavily injure the Golden Rock Sovereign Martial Ancestor, the White Ancestor, Black Phoenix Sovereign Martial Ancestor, and the rest were shocked. Heavenly Domain. The Golden Rock Sovereign Martial Ancestor roared and flew out of the pit. He continued to execute the Heavenly Domain and mobilized the powerful domain power to attack the Dragon Emperor crazily. Under the Golden Rock Sovereign Martial Ancestor's attack, the layers of domain power once again turned into endless waves that swept across the entire space. Each wave of attacks was stronger than the previous one. Break. The Dragon Emperor roared. The ancestral dragon sword descended from the sky like a silver river. It cut through the layers of domain power and slashed towards the Golden Rock Sovereign Martial Ancestor, forcing him to dodge in a sorry state. What should we do? The Sovereign Martial Ancestor is completely suppressed by the Dragon Emperor. The battle between the Dragon Emperor and the Golden Rock Sovereign Martial Ancestor was very important. If the Golden Rock Sovereign Martial Ancestor could suppress the Dragon Emperor, it would greatly weaken the Dragon Tribe's momentum and turn the tables. But now, the Dragon Emperor was fighting bravely with the ancestral dragon sword in his hand. The Golden Rock Sovereign Martial Ancestor was forced to retreat and his injuries worsened. This made the hearts of the Demon Tribe and Heavenly Tribe sink to the bottom. Golden Rock, let me send you to hell. In order to completely suppress the Golden Rock sovereign martial ancestor, the Dragon Emperor continuously mobilized the powerful ancestral power, transforming it into a towering mountain that forcefully suppressed the Golden Rock sovereign martial ancestor, greatly restricting his movements. In the next moment, the Dragon Emperor activated the divine runes in the ancestral dragon sword and slashed at the Golden Rock sovereign martial ancestor, wanting to split him in half and kill him. Just as the Golden Rock sovereign martial ancestor was about to be struck by the sword, the space in front of him suddenly distorted. A white, jade-like hand suddenly appeared and grabbed at the ancestral dragon's sword light. In an instant, the ancestral dragon sword light that was enough to shatter a top-grade ancestral artifact and kill a peak ancestral martial ancestor was crushed by the white, jade-like hand. Chapter 1860. Supreme Emperor Heaven. The Dragon King's expression changed slightly when he saw the hand that crushed the ancestral dragon sword. He immediately looked at the space beside the Golden Rock ancestral demon ancestor and saw a man in a dark, golden robe who looked down on all living things. He was majestic and unparalleled as he slowly walked out. Supreme Emperor Patriarch. The Golden Rock ancestor was an arrogant person, but he didn't dare to be impudent in front of Supreme Emperor Heaven. He respectfully bowed. "And leave him to me." Supreme Emperor Heaven nodded. "You may leave." "Yes, Supreme Emperor Patriarch." Although he was unwilling, the Golden Rock ancestor didn't dare to go against Supreme Emperor Heaven's order. He glared at the solemn Dragon Emperor and quickly flew back to the Fiend Race camp. "Long Xingfeng, you are stronger than I imagined. If I give you another 100 years, you might be able to take the final step and break through to the Void God realm." Supreme Emperor Heaven said in a deep voice as he looked at the Dragon Emperor calmly with his hands behind his back. "Supreme Emperor Heaven, don't bluff here. With the remaining energy of your clone, you can only hold on for a day at most." The Dragon Emperor said in a deep voice, "That's right. My clone doesn't have much energy left, but it's enough to kill you." Supreme Emperor Heaven calmly admitted, his voice filled with confidence. "Is that so?" The Dragon Emperor took a deep breath and continuously channeled the power of the ancestral vein into his body, preparing to fight to the death with Supreme Emperor Heaven. "Long Xingfeng, I will give you one last chance to live. Submit to me, and I will spare you and your dragon race." Supreme Emperor Heaven said domineeringly, "Humph, if you want my dragon race to submit, wait until your next life. My dragon race will not be like the fiend race and become the celestial race's dog." The Dragon Emperor coldly snorted and said unyieldingly, "Sai, I wanted to show you the right path, but you didn't cherish it." Supreme Emperor Heaven shook his head and sighed softly. "Since you want to die so badly, I will fulfill your wish." With that, a black porcelain jar floated out of Supreme Emperor Heaven's body. When it opened, a large amount of divine blood flowed out like a waterfall, sprinkling the entire Golden Dragon Palace. In an instant, the ancestral vein of the dragon race hidden under the Golden Dragon Palace was tainted by the divine blood, and its ancestral aura continued to decline. You, the Dragon Emperor, didn't expect Supreme Emperor Heaven to think of using the divine, tainted blood to restrain the ancestral bloodline of the dragon race, and his expression changed drastically. His strength was originally inferior to Supreme Emperor Heaven's, and now that the ancestral veins of the dragon race had been corrupted, their power had decreased. He couldn't borrow the power of the ancestral veins to fight against Supreme Emperor Heaven. "Long Xingfeng, since you've given up on submitting, then you can die." Supreme Emperor Heaven's eyes, which were as deep as the sea, shot out a light that was even more dazzling than the sun. When he struck out with his palm, a large area of space couldn't withstand it and shattered. Slash! The Dragon Emperor didn't retreat. He held the ancestral dragon's sword tightly with both hands and unleashed a majestic slash that turned into an invincible sword dao that slashed at the terrifying palm of the Supreme Emperor imprint. Boom, boom, boom. The two powerful forces collided with each other, fiercely repulsing each other, constantly erupting with deafening sounds of explosions. I really like this ancestral dragon sword. Why don't you give it to me? Supreme Emperor Heaven's pupils constricted, and he took a step forward, instantly crossing the repulsion space and appearing in front of the Dragon Emperor. He extended his hand and grabbed at the Dragon Emperor. Supreme Emperor Heaven's right hand wasn't fast, but when he saw the Dragon Emperor, his eyes revealed deep apprehension as he desperately retreated. However, the moment he retreated, a force that was beyond his imagination instantly erupted and fiercely bombarded his body. It destroyed his defense as easily as breaking through dry weeds and smashed rotten wood, and sent him flying. Dragon Emperor. Seeing the invincible Dragon Monarch being injured by the Supreme Emperor Heaven in an instant, Long Hong and the others' expressions changed drastically. Their hearts tensed up. If the Dragon Emperor couldn't win, what awaited them and the dragon race would be a destructive disaster. Not bad, not bad. Even if you die, you should be proud of yourself for being able to withstand one of my palm attacks. Supreme Emperor Heaven looked at the pale Dragon Emperor, who was coughing up blood, and said arrogantly, "Bloodline ignition, golden dragon war physique." After seeing how terrifying Supreme Emperor Heaven was, the Dragon Emperor didn't hesitate to burn his powerful bloodline power and transform into the strongest golden dragon war physique. Slash! His strength surged to the extreme, and the Dragon Emperor spat out several mouthfuls of blood into the ancestral dragon sword, activating the ancestral runes in the ancestral dragon sword. He then slashed at the incoming Supreme Emperor Heaven. When the sword slashed out, the invincible great Tao was rapidly deduced. The terrifying sword light turned into a lifelike ancestral dragon. The great Tao's laws revolved around the ancestral dragon sword light. This sword could even cut down the sun, moon, and stars. Emperor Heaven limitless. In the face of the ancestral dragon sword's attack, Supreme Emperor Tian took a step forward and formed a powerful heavenly domain. Boundless heavenly force rapidly transformed inside the domain and turned into royal heavenly force. It was like a boundless grand Tao that bombarded the invincible slash unleashed by the Dragon Emperor. Boom! 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 The two destructive forces collided in the sky above the Golden Dragon Palace. The explosive power instantly shattered the layers of restrictions and collapsed the ancient buildings in the Golden Dragon Palace. In an instant, 1/5 of the Golden Dragon Palace's buildings were destroyed. Many of the weaker almighties of the dragon race, demon race, and celestial race were killed by the terrifying power. PFFF, 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 PFFF. An incomparably huge crack appeared in the increasingly intense storm of destruction. Supreme Emperor Heaven broke through the storm of destruction with one hand and walked out of the void step by step. Ancestral vein power. Fuse. Due to his severe injuries, the Dragon Emperor constantly channeled the power of the ancestral vein into his body to forcefully suppress his injuries. However, the divine tainted blood was too filthy, which greatly affected the ancestral vein of the dragon race. In addition, a portion of the ancestral vein's power was sealing Long Hong and the others, so the amount of ancestral vein's power that the Dragon Emperor borrowed was negligible. Die. Killing intent flashed in Supreme Emperor Heaven's eyes as the phantom of an ancient tree appeared behind him. If Yi Chen Feng was here, he would be able to recognize it as one of the 3 great divine trees of the universe. The divine tree of time. The divine tree of time lashed out, shattering the entire space. The terrifying power was invincible as it clashed with the ancestral dragon's sword rays. Long Xingfeng, I didn't expect you to be so tough. I want to see how many times you can block my attacks. Chapter 1861. Dragon Emperor. Seeing the helpless Dragon Emperor being attacked by Supreme Emperor Heaven, Long Kuan, Long Hong, and the others were enraged. They wanted to rush out of the ancestral vein's restriction and fight Supreme Emperor Heaven. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, A terrifying dragon roar echoed from the depths of the Golden Dragon Palace. A powerful teleportation light descended from the sky. Supreme Emperor Heaven, you dare to bully the weak? You dare to bully my dragon race's dragon emperor? I will destroy you today. The dragon god's furious voice resounded in the chaotic Golden Dragon Palace. Dragon god, you actually escaped. Hearing the dragon god's furious voice, Supreme Emperor Heaven's expression changed. He never imagined that the dragon god would have a way to leave the dragon tomb sealed by the outer sky divine stone. The dragon god's appearance had completely disrupted his plan. Ancestor dragon god has finally arrived. Young Master Yi, Shao Tian and the others have succeeded. Long Wen and the others, who were in despair, were moved to tears when they heard the dragon god's voice. As for the White Ancestor, Black Phoenix Ancestor, and the others, they felt uneasy. No one can ruin this god's plan. Supreme Emperor Heaven looked at the dragon god who had turned into a streak of light and flew over. I didn't kill you last time, but today I will kill you in front of your descendants. After saying that, Supreme Emperor Heaven transformed his foot into a domain and attacked the dragon god. The dragon god didn't dodge the light formed by the heaven domain. He quickly punched out with the might of the ancestral dragon, shattering the heaven domain and breaking Supreme Emperor Heaven's attack. And, after experiencing the might of the dragon god's punch, Supreme Emperor Heaven's expression changed. He discovered that not only had the dragon god escaped, but his injuries had also healed. Furthermore, his strength had greatly increased. What happened? Supreme Emperor Heaven couldn't imagine what kind of unforeseen event had happened. After breaking Supreme Emperor Heaven's attack, the dragon god immediately merged with the ancestral dragon pearl. Borrowing the powerful ancestral energy within the pearl, he possessed the strength of a mid-stage void god. Ancestral dragon sword come. After merging with the ancestral dragon pearl, the dragon god, whose strength had rapidly increased, summoned the ancestral dragon sword and launched a fierce attack at Supreme Emperor Heaven, wanting to kill him in one go. At this moment, the dragon god's strength had far surpassed Supreme Emperor Heaven's clone. Dragon god's attacks had completely suppressed Supreme Emperor Heaven, forcing him to retreat. Demon Ancestor, what should we do? The Black Phoenix Demon Ancestor immediately sent a voice transmission to the Golden Rock Demon Ancestor, who had a gloomy expression. If the Grand Imperial Clan leader is no match for him, we will leave the dragon world immediately. Supreme Emperor Heaven was their greatest reliance. If even Supreme Emperor Heaven was killed, then they would only die if they stayed behind. The battle between Dragon God and Supreme Emperor Heaven grew more and more intense. Since they were both Void God Almighties, their attacks surpassed the limits of this world. They constantly shattered the void, creating holes in it. Seeing that Supreme Emperor Heaven was no match for him, he used his final method and released the last of his strength. With the seal in his body undone, Supreme Emperor Heaven's strength continued to surge. The injuries inflicted by the Dragon God were also forcefully suppressed. However, by using this final bit of power, he had increased the speed of destruction of the Supreme Emperor Heaven clone. Xian Tian Divine Cannon, Divine Punishment. After the seal was undone, the Supreme Emperor Heaven controlled the Heaven Domain and turned it into a terrifying divine punishment that smashed towards the Dragon God, shattering the ancestral dragon sword ray. Supreme Emperor Heaven is going all out. I wonder if Ancestor Dragon God can withstand it. He definitely can. Ancestor Dragon God is invincible. A mere Supreme Emperor Heaven isn't his match. The battle between the Dragon God and Supreme Emperor Heaven was extremely important. Regardless of who won or lost, the final outcome would be changed. Therefore, this battle affected everyone. Chen Feng, do you need us to make a move? Through Yi Qinfeng's mirror image, Xin Daosu, Xin Heng, and the others were also paying attention to the battle. I believe that Senior Dragon God will definitely be able to fight against Supreme Emperor Heaven's clone. It's better for us to continue hiding. Yi Qin-feng didn't want to expose himself in front of everyone. Once he did, it would affect many of his plans. Moreover, he believed that the dragon god had obtained a great treasure in the ancestral dragon's secret realm. He believed that the dragon god would definitely be able to turn the tide and kill Supreme Emperor Heaven's clone to control the situation. Dragon Domain. As Supreme Emperor Heaven continuously raised the power of his heaven domain, the dragon god also activated his dragon domain. When the dragon domain opened, a large number of dragon images appeared in the space around the dragon god. The sound of the great Tao resonated incessantly, and the space within a 1 li radius turned into dragon Tao soil. Rumble. The two domains collided, and the entire void trembled violently. The terrifying collision seemed to be able to make the sun and moon sink. Thump, thump, thump. Just as the dragon god and Supreme Emperor Heaven were controlling the two domains to fiercely clash in the void, strange heartbeats resounded. With each heartbeat, the dragon god's strength increased by a bit. The dragon domain continued to grow stronger and stronger, breaking through the heaven domain. Golden Peng quickly bring the people of the monster race and celestial race out of the dragon world. Sensing that the heaven domain was about to shatter, the Supreme Emperor Heaven's clone immediately transmitted a message to Golden Peng and the others. Yes, Supreme Emperor Patriarch. After receiving the message, Golden Peng and the others didn't hesitate. They abandoned the stupefied Black Dragon Patriarch and the others and fled out of the chaotic Golden Dragon Palace. Where do you think you're going? The moment the celestial race and monster race fled, the Dragon Emperor ignored his injuries and chased after them with all his might with the 3 peak ancestor realm elders. Under their all-out attacks, a large number of celestial race and monster race experts were killed. They turned into clouds of blood mist in midair, dyeing the entire sky red. While the Dragon Emperor was crazily slaughtering the invading enemies, the Heavenly Dragon Race, Golden Dragon Race, and Winged Dragon Race attacked at the same time, suppressing the panicked Black Dragon Race experts. Facing the suppression of the Heavenly Dragon Race, Golden Dragon Race, and Winged Dragon Race, the frightened Black Dragon Race experts couldn't resist at all and were instantly suppressed. Dragon God, I admit defeat this time, but this is only the beginning. When my true body descends, I will definitely exterminate your entire dragon race. Supreme Emperor Heaven, whose heaven domain was about to shatter and whose body was covered in cracks, said domineeringly, Supreme Emperor Heaven, do you really think that my dragon race is easy to bully? Today, I will let you experience the true power of my dragon race. As he spoke, a giant dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long drilled out of the dragon god's body. It was covered in dark golden dragon scales and had a coral dragon horn on its head. Great primogenitor dragon. Looking at this giant dragon, Supreme Emperor Heaven's eyes widened and his expression changed greatly. He didn't believe that the dragon race still had a great primogenitor dragon that hadn't died yet. Roar! When the great primogenitor dragon appeared, it immediately opened its bloody mouth and let out a heaven-shaking roar at Supreme Emperor Heaven. The terrifying sound wave directly shattered the shattered heaven domain and heavily bombarded Supreme Emperor Heaven's body, shattering his clone. Ancestral Dragon. Looking at the great primogenitor dragon soaring in the sky, all the dragon race experts present uniformly knelt on the ground. As for the Black Dragon Patriarch who had betrayed the dragon race, he was scared silly and trembled. After killing Supreme Emperor Heaven's clone with a roar, the great primogenitor dragon merged with the dragon god's body and turned into a second heart. Chapter 1862. Dragon, Dragon God Ancestor. Your Majesty, Dragon Monarch, I know my wrongs. Please spare me. I promise to be loyal to the dragon race forever and never betray you. Long Batian was in despair when he saw the dragon ancestor shatter Supreme Emperor Heaven's clone with a roar. In order to survive, He knelt on the ground in humiliation and begged for mercy. "Humph, you traitor still have the face to beg for mercy." The bloodied dragon monarch coldly snorted and said with killing intent, "Where's your domineering attitude from before? Why are you afraid now? Those who betray the dragon race will be killed without mercy. However, on account of your contributions to the dragon race, I can spare your life." The dragon god slowly walked down from the sky. "Thank you, dragon god ancestor." Long Batian was overjoyed and immediately kowtowed 3 times to the dragon god. "However, you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. From today onwards, you will be the dragon puppet of the dragon race and forever protect the territory of the dragon world. Wash away your sins." With that, the dragon god took out a dark golden talisman and threw it into Long Batian's head. "No, I don't want to be a dragon puppet." Although a dragon puppet wouldn't die, Long Batian would become a walking corpse without any self-awareness and wouldn't be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. However, the dark golden talisman that the dragon god had thrown into his soul, was obtained from the ancestral dragon secret realm. Its power was extremely terrifying, and Long Batian couldn't resist it at all. Soon, his will was corroded by the dark golden talisman, and he lost his self-awareness and became muddle-headed. "Dragon god ancestor, Your Majesty Dragon Monarch, we were forced to do this. Please spare us." Seeing Long Batian turn into a mindless dragon puppet, the members of the black dragon race trembled in fear and knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Xingfeng, order people to search their souls. If they were really forced, spare their lives. However, if anyone is found to be in cahoots with Long Batian and trying to subvert the dragon race, kill them without mercy. The dragon god glanced at the members of the black dragon race kneeling on the ground and kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Yes, ancestor." The dragon emperor nodded and immediately ordered people to lock up the black dragon clan and search their souls one by one. "Ancestor, the ancestral bloodline of the dragon clan is now tainted by the divine blood. Do you have a way to get rid of this divine blood?" The overall situation had been decided, but the tainted ancestral bloodline of the dragon race still cast a layer of haze over the entire dragon race. If they couldn't get rid of the tainted blood, it would have a great impact on the future of the dragon race. Divine tainted blood is known as the world's dirtiest bloodline. It is extremely difficult to get rid of it, and it might take a very long period of time. The dragon god felt that the ancestral bloodline of the dragon clan was seriously polluted by the divine blood. He sighed softly, but there was no good way. Just as the dragon deity and the others were at a loss of what to do, Yi Qinfeng's voice entered the dragon deity's ears. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's voice, the dragon deity's eyes lit up. "Xingfeng, take everyone away from the Golden Dragon Palace. Don't come back without my permission." "Ancestor." The dragon emperor's eyes widened in confusion. "You'll know in a while." The dragon god showed a relieved smile and said, "Okay, quickly do as I say. No one is allowed to stay." "Yes." The dragon emperor respectfully complied and immediately led the dragon race away from the heavily damaged Golden Dragon Palace. Just as the dragon emperor and the others left, Yi Qinfeng appeared above the tainted ancestral bloodline of the dragon race. "Senior dragon god, I don't want to expose my identity too much. Please forgive me," Yi Qinfeng explained. "Little friend, Yi is too polite. I really don't know how to repay your kindness to my dragon race." It could be said that without Yi Qinfeng, the dragon god wouldn't have been able to escape, let alone obtain the treasures in the ancestral dragon secret realm. Without the dragon god's strength to turn the tide, Supreme Emperor Heaven's strength was enough to destroy the entire dragon race. It could be said that Yi Qinfeng had given the dragon race a new lease on life. "Maybe I really need seniors' help in the future," Yi Qinfeng said with a smile. "Okay, in the future, little friend, you only needs to say a word." This old one will definitely not hesitate to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. The dragon god patted his chest and guaranteed. Chaos Divine Wood. After receiving the dragon god's promise, Yi Chin Feng revealed a smile. With a thought, he summoned the Chaos Divine Wood and controlled it to grow continuously. Tens of thousands of 5-colored roots extended from it and took root in the tainted ancestral bloodline of the dragon race, frenziedly devouring the tainted blood. The Chaos Divine Wood was the #1 divine wood in the universe and could devour all energy. Under its frenzied devouring, the tainted blood in the tainted ancestral bloodline of the dragon race rapidly decreased. In less than an hour, the tainted blood in the ancestral bloodline of the dragon race was completely devoured by the Chaos Divine Wood. Chaos Divine Wood. I didn't expect little friendy to be recognized by the Chaos Divine Wood. Looking at the swaying Chaos 5 Elements light and the powerful Chaos Divine Wood, the dragon god couldn't help but envy Yi Chin Feng's fortuitous encounter and feel a little curious about his identity. Senior, please keep the matter of the Chaos Divine Wood a secret. With a thought, Yi Chin Feng withdrew the Chaos Divine Wood. Don't worry, I won't leak the matter of the Chaos Divine Wood. The dragon god nodded and promised. By the way, little friendy, I see that you dual cultivate Tao and body, so I'll give you this bottle of ancestral dragon marrow. After refining this bottle of ancestral dragon marrow, it should be able to temper your body to a higher realm. Thank you, Senior. Yi Chin Feng didn't refuse. He accepted the heavy bottle of ancestral dragon marrow that the dragon god gave him and returned to the universe realm. After Yi Chin Feng left, the dragon god immediately called back the dragon emperor and the others. When they discovered that the tainted blood in the tainted ancestral bloodline of the dragon race had disappeared, they were shocked. However, the dragon flood dragon and the others who had seen Yi Chin Feng's heaven-defying methods still guessed who did it. After repelling the enemy, the dragon god took action and broke the restrictions in the bodies of the silver dragon race, the hornless dragon race, and the others. He began to clean up the tumors in the dragon race and reorganize the entire dragon race. When the dragon race was rebuilding after the calamity, Yi Chin Feng distributed a few thousand kilograms of ancestral dragon marrow to everyone. They cultivated in the universe realm with a 30-fold time flow and tempered their bodies. The ancestral dragon marrow that the dragon god gave to Yi Chin Feng was extremely pure, and there was a lot of it. Yi Chin Feng circulated the divine 9 transformations and frantically refined it, constantly accelerating the transformation of his body. Very quickly, 3 years passed in the outside world, and 90 years passed in the universe realm. In these 90 years, Yi Chin Feng refined more than 400 kilograms of ancestral dragon marrow and successfully cultivated his body to the celestial body, Great Perfection Realm. His body's toughness was comparable to a high-grade, transcendent saint artifact, and his physical strength had reached an astonishing 500 billion kilograms. Although Yi Chin Feng's realm didn't increase, he felt that he could easily crush a 3-star ancestor with his physical strength by burning his Grand Mist bloodline. When he unleashed his strength to the extreme, he could even fight against a 4-star ancestor. Yi Chin Feng cultivated to the celestial body, Great Perfection Realm, and his strength increased tremendously. The divine demon torch dragon, summer patterned butterfly, Ling Yu, Peacock King, and the Chaos Divine Beast had refined a large amount of ancestral dragon marrow, and their strength had increased tremendously. Among them, the Chaos Divine Beast had broken through to the 1-star ancestor beast. The divine demon torch dragon's strength had increased to the 3-star ancestor beast. The Ling Yu and summer patterned butterfly had both cultivated to the pinnacle of 6-star Tao gods, and the Peacock King had cultivated to the pinnacle of 1-star ancestor beast. As for the divine Tao void realm and Shin Hung, they had completely recovered from their injuries after refining the ancestral dragon marrow. Soul Devourer's brain had also successfully controlled Fa Tianzu. However, the terrifying Death God and Mo Ling were still trying their best to resist the invasion of Soul Devourer's brain. It's time to leave the dragon world. Chapter 1863. Little friend Yi, you're out of seclusion. Sensing that Yi Qinfeng's physical strength had increased by several levels and was even stronger than ordinary dragons, the dragon god looked at Yi Qinfeng a few more times. This is all thanks to the ancestral dragon marrow that Senior Dragon God gave me. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate my physical body to such a level. Yi Qinfeng said with a smile, compared to your kindness to my dragon clan, that few thousand kilograms of ancestral dragon marrow is nothing. The dragon god revealed a rare smile. By the way, Senior Dragon God, Your Majesty Dragon Emperor, I want to ask you too about two things. Yi Qinfeng changed the topic. What is it? The Dragon Emperor, who was wearing a golden dragon robe, asked, We'll tell you as long as we know. I want to know the whereabouts of a person. Yi Qinfeng briefly explained Yu Nichang's situation. Little friend Yi, you came from the lowest realm. After learning that Yi Qinfeng actually came from the lowest level of the lower realm and had not ascended to the heaven realm for a long time, the dragon god and dragon monarch's hearts were in turmoil. The way they looked at Yi Qinfeng changed greatly. Yes, I did come from the lower realm, and my wife in the lower realm is the reincarnation of a human expert in the void god realm. I really want to find her. Yi Qinfeng nodded. If your wife is really the reincarnation of a human expert in the void god realm, then it won't be difficult to find her. The human race's sphere of influence in the void god realm was not large. They only had two pillars, the Ascension Palace and the Kunlun Sacred Land. With the power of the Dragon Clan, it would not be difficult to find Yu Nichang, who had just returned. Then I'll leave everything to the two seniors. Yi Qinfeng bowed deeply to the Dragon God and Dragon Emperor and instructed. Little friend Yi, you don't have to be so polite. The Dragon God said with a smile, compared to your kindness to my Dragon Clan, this is nothing. By the way, little friend Yi, what else do you want to ask? I wonder if the two seniors have heard of the ancestral sword crystal. Yi Qinfeng asked. Ancestral sword crystal. Do you need this thing? The dragon god was a little surprised. The ancestral sword crystal was extremely rare. Not many people had heard of it, and very few people needed it. Yes, I need the ancestral sword crystal to cultivate a divine ability. If he could cultivate the invincible sword physique, then Yi Qinfeng's battle prowess would increase a step further, and he would be completely capable of killing 4-star ancestor realm powerhouses. The dragon god pondered for a moment before saying, Ancestral sword crystals are too rare. My dragon race doesn't have any. However, I do know of a place that should have ancestral sword crystals. Where is this place? Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up. Sword Domain. The dragon god said, Sword Domain, what kind of place is that? This was the first time Yi Qinfeng had heard of a place called the Sword Domain in the Void God Realm. The Sword Domain was originally the territory of the human clan, and the master of the Sword Domain was a peak ancestor realm supreme expert of the human clan. However, hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Sword Domain suddenly betrayed the human clan and submitted to the Tian clan. After the Sword Domain submitted to the Tian clan, they suddenly sealed the domain gate. No one knows what they are plotting, and there should be the ancestral sword crystal you need there. The dragon god said in detail, Senior, I wonder if you can tell me the location of the sword domain. After listening to the dragon god's narration, Yi Qinfeng developed a strong interest in the sword domain and very much wanted to go there to take a look. That's simple. However, the overall strength of the sword domain is very terrifying. Legend has it that the sword domain's master is only a step away from the void god realm. His attack power even reached the void god realm. And after so many years, I also don't know if he stepped into the void god realm. The dragon god reminded. Many thanks for Senior's reminder. I'll be careful. Yi Qinfeng nodded his head and said, All right then. Since you must go to the sword domain, Then I'll tell you the coordinates of the sword domain." The dragon god saw that Yi Qinfeng had made up his mind and did not persuade him anymore, telling him the coordinates of the sword domain. "Little friendy, for my dragon race to be able to survive this calamity this time, you have contributed greatly. I'll give these 3 great treasures to you." The Dragon Emperor was not stingy and took out the 3 great treasures that the dragon race had passed down for countless years and gave them to Yi Qinfeng. This is, looking at the palm-sized stone tablet floating in front of the Dragon Emperor, a dark dragon pearl, and a set of treasured armor, Yi Qinfeng asked softly, "This stone tablet is an ancestor-level Tao tablet. If little friend Yi has the time to study it, you can comprehend ancestor-level Tao intent from it. The dragon pearl is a dragon soul pearl that contains powerful dragon soul power. At critical moments, you can summon the dragon soul to defend against the enemy. This set of treasured armor is one of the top defensive dragon armors of the dragon race, reaching the level of a middle-grade ancestor-level weapon. The Dragon Emperor introduced in detail. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yi Qinfeng did not stand on ceremony with the Dragon Emperor and accepted the 3 great treasures that were extremely important to him. "Little friendy, I also have a gift for you." With that said, the dragon god summoned a piece of jade marrow and a dark, golden pearl. "This jade marrow is an avatar that I refined for 1,000 years. It has half of Ai's strength. If you encounter danger, you can crush it and summon Ai's avatar to defend against the enemy. And this pearl is an ancestral dragon's eye. If you can refine it, you will have the power of the ancestral dragon to attack for a short period of time. Its power is comparable to a supreme-grade ancestor-level weapon." The dragon god introduced in detail. "Thank you, Senior Dragon God. Compared to the 3 great treasures that the Dragon Emperor took out, the 2 treasures that the dragon god took out were even more precious, especially the ancestral dragon's eye. Its value was even more immeasurable, enough to attract peak ancestor-level powerhouses to fight for it. Senior Dragon God, Your Majesty, I also have a gift for you. In order to form a better relationship with the dragon race, Yi Qinfeng was not stingy and took out 4 chaos divine fruits. This is sensing the power of chaos contained in the 4 chaos divine fruits. The dragon god and the dragon emperor revealed shocked expressions and looked at Yi Qinfeng in unison. This is the chaos divine fruit. It should be useful to the 2 seniors. Yi Qinfeng said softly, "The chaos divine fruit. This is the legendary chaos divine fruit." Looking at the dark golden fruit in front of him, the dragon emperor revealed a look of pleasant surprise. He was only a step away from the void god realm and needed a divine item to make the final breakthrough. The chaos divine fruit was what he needed the most at the moment. "Little friendy, the dragon race owes you too much." The dragon emperor said excitedly, if he could break through to the void god realm, then the dragon race would have 2 void gods. At that time, the sky race would not dare to attack them easily. After all, the sky race would not be able to withstand the revenge of 2 void gods. "Little friendy, I'm definitely friends with you. In the future, if anyone dares to disrespect you, as long as you tell me, I'll help you destroy them." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Yi Qinfeng said with a smile. Under the sincere invitation of the dragon god and the dragon emperor, Yi Qinfeng stayed in the dragon race for another month and tasted all the delicacies and wine of the dragon race. Because Long Xiaotian and Long, when we're married, Yi Qinfeng left Long Xiaotian in the dragon realm when he left. After bidding farewell to the dragon god and the others, Yi Qinfeng embarked on his journey to the sword realm. However, the dragon realm was too far away from the sword realm. Even if he passed through the wormhole, it would take an extremely long time. On the way to the sword realm, Yi Qinfeng had been hiding in the universe realm, comprehending the god-level Tao steel, refining the ancestral dragon's eye and dragon armor. The incomparably precious dragon soul pearl that could constantly summon the dragon soul to fight against enemies was used as nourishment for the god-eater brain, accelerating its transformation. After devouring the powerful dragon soul pearl, the God-Eater brain finally began a new transformation process, breeding a brand new child brain. Chapter 1864. Is this the sword domain? Yi Qinfeng passed through the spatial wormhole and looked at the sword domain that had been sealed off for hundreds of thousands of years. He felt that this place was no different from the outside world. Just as he stood in midair and surveyed his surroundings, his sharp senses suddenly sensed danger, and all the hairs on his body stood on end in an instant. The next moment, a sword light that looked like the Milky Way suddenly appeared, cleaving space into two and slashing toward him at a speed that exceeded 100 times the speed of light. Primordial bloodline ignition. Tao of equipment manipulation. Grim Reaper scythe slash. At this critical moment, Yi Qinfeng ignited his primordial bloodline and struck out with the Tao of equipment manipulation. He raised the Grim Reaper scythe's attacking prowess to the limit and slashed out at the invincible sword light. However, this sword light was too powerful, surpassing the limits of a top-grade ancestral artifact. The Grim Reaper scythe only managed to block for 3 breaths of time before it was sent flying by this invincible sword light. Chaos Divine Wood. Seeing this sword light slash onto Yi Qinfeng's body and cleave him into 2, he summoned his final trump card and controlled the Chaos Divine Wood to block in front of him, blocking the invincible sword light's attack. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Although the invincible sword light was blocked by the Chaos Divine Wood, the dense sword silks that were produced when the sword light shattered still riddled Yi Qinfeng's body with holes, causing him to bleed profusely. This is too terrifying. I didn't expect the sword domain to have such a terrifying restriction. Trespassers will be attacked. Although Yi Qinfeng had used the Grim Reaper scythe and the Chaos Divine Wood to block this invincible sword light that had suddenly appeared, he was still severely injured. A few of the sword silks had even injured his meridians. He quickly retracted his aura and flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. He hid in an endless mountain range to recuperate from his injuries. Yi Qinfeng still had lingering fears as he recuperated from his injuries. When evening came, the sound of beast footsteps entered his ears. Following the source of the sound, he saw 3 massive demonic beasts that looked like Qilins pulling a luxurious white jade carriage forward slowly. Around the white jade carriage, men in shiny armor with sharp swords hanging from their backs rode on draconic horses to protect the white jade carriage. They were on guard against any danger that might appear at any time. Yi Qinfeng closed his eyes again as he watched the convoy leave. Using the spiritual pearl of life, he quickly healed his body that had been injured by the invincible sword radiance. Deep into the night, Yi Qinfeng let out a breath of turbid air and woke up from his recuperation. He controlled the Chaos Divine Wood to suppress his strength to the level of a 6-star Tao Emperor and flew towards the forest in the distance. Yes, bonfire. As he flew, Yi Qinfeng saw bonfires appear in front of him. When he inadvertently approached, the guards guarding the bonfires sensed his aura and immediately became alert. They released their sharp auras and locked onto him. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. I don't mean any harm. I just got lost in the mountains and came to take a look when I saw the bonfire, Yi Qinfeng said as he slowly walked over, stepping on a thick layer of leaves and broken branches. Is that so? Numerous guards with sharp swords in their hands gazed vigilantly at Yi Qinfeng, who looked unfamiliar. However, when they sensed that Yi Qinfeng's aura wasn't strong and was only at the 6-star Tao Emperor realm, the tensed expressions on their faces eased up slightly. Let him come over. Meanwhile, a gentle voice resounded. A beautiful woman in a white dress spoke. Her jet black hair was tied up high, and even though there were wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, she still retained her charm. She was roasting a fat deer that was flowing with oil. Yes, madam. Once the beautiful woman gave the order, the guards in charge of her safety put away their swords. and then they sized Yi Qinfeng up before allowing her to walk over to the bonfire. "Thank you." Yi Qinfeng arrived by the bonfire and smiled to the beautiful woman as he thanked her in a light voice. On the other hand, there were two beautiful women who wore multicolored dresses, had snow-white skin, and possessed appearances that were on par with each other. The other was an old man with a white beard, white hair, and a youthful complexion. He was at the 6-star Tao Lord Realm, and he was meditating with his eyes closed. From the gazes these two beautiful women shot at him, Yi Qinfeng felt that one of them was gentle and pleasant while the other was unruly and willful. Their characters were completely different. "Young brother, may I know where you're from and why you've entered the Southern Peak Mountain Range late at night? Do you know that the Southern Peak Mountain Range isn't just filled with formidable demon beasts? It's even filled with lethal poisonous insects? It's very likely that you'll lose your life if you're careless." The beautiful woman sized Yi Qinfeng up from top to bottom, and she noticed that his gaze was clear while his expression was calm. He didn't reveal any ill intent, so she spoke slowly. "To tell you the truth, I'm just an independent cultivator. I just emerged from my closed-door cultivation recently, and I intend to wander the sword domain." Yi Qinfeng made up a story, casually. When she heard Yi Qinfeng, the young woman that had an unruly expression and was eating small mouthfuls of venison laughed, while her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of ridicule. "Young brother, even though your way of thinking is very good, and your natural talent isn't bad as well, you've cultivated to the 6-star Tao Emperor realm at such a young age, but there are numerous experts in the sword domain. Once you encounter someone with ill intent, then it's very likely that you'll lose your life with your strength." The beautiful woman revealed a faint smile and said, "On the other hand, my Qin clan has been constantly recruiting young geniuses. I wonder if young brother is interested in joining my Qin clan?" The Qin clan. Yi Qinfeng revealed a trace of surprise, as he never expected that the beautiful woman would actually intend to recruit him. However, he was too unfamiliar with the sword domain, and he really did need to properly understand the sword domain through some powers. So he nodded and said, "All right, since you're interested, then I'll head to the Qin clan to have a look." Yi Qinfeng's words caused the beautiful woman to frown slightly. However, she quickly recalled that Yi Qinfeng had just come out of seclusion and was still full of youthful vigor. He still needed to learn how to conduct himself, so she didn't think too much about it. However, the unruly woman looked at Yi Qinfeng with an unkind expression. In her opinion, her mother's sincere invitation to Yi Qinfeng was a great honor for him. However, Yi Qinfeng wasn't grateful to the point of shedding tears. Instead, he revealed an indifferent expression, which made her rather annoyed. On the other hand, the gentlewoman took the initiative to cut off a piece of venison that had just been roasted and gave it to Yi Qinfeng, which gave Yi Qinfeng a good impression of her. As the night grew deeper, Yi Qinfeng, the beautiful woman, and the gentlewoman chatted casually. He found out that the beautiful woman was called Jing Yi, the gentlewoman was called Qin Ruolin, and the unruly woman was called Qin Xinmei. They came from the White Sword City, and the Qin clan was the second most powerful clan in the White Sword City. They occupied a lot of resources in the White Sword City. However, from the information revealed by the beautiful woman, Yi Qinfeng felt that the Qin clan situation wasn't good. Their status seemed to be threatened by other clans. This was also the reason why Madame Jing Yi took the risk to recruit Yi Qinfeng. The night passed by quickly. On the morning of the second day, Yi Qinfeng and his group extinguished the bonfire and continued on their journey. Because the Qin clan didn't have any extra dragon horses, Madame Jing Yi wanted to observe Yi Qinfeng further. So, she let him sit in the carriage that had its own independent space. Although there were 3 outstanding beauties in the carriage, Yi Qinfeng, who was meditating with his eyes closed, didn't look at them at all. He had been meditating in silence the entire time. This made Madame Jing Yi and the white-haired old man feel even more relieved. Just as the convoy was passing through Vietnam's sharp mountain range and heading towards White Sword City along a straight line, The entire ground suddenly began to tremble. Chapter 1865. Young Master Wu, why are you stopping my Qin clan's carriage? The Qin clan's guard captain looked at a man wearing black armor, riding on a dragon horse. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, and there was a clear scar at the corner of his eye. His complexion was slightly pale, but he still held his head high. He frowned slightly and asked with hostility, "Nothing much, just greeting someone I know." Wu family's eldest young master, Wu Shufeng, smiled slightly and looked at the white jade carriage. "I wonder if it's little sister Rulin or little sister Xinmei sitting on the carriage." "Captain Qin, ignore him. Let's go back to the city." Madame Jingyi's voice sounded in the carriage with disgust. "So it's Madame Jingyi in the carriage." Wu Shufeng rode on the dragon horse and intercepted the three Qilin-like demonic beasts. "Madam, I don't know if you have considered my Wu clan's proposal. I am very fond of Sister Rulin and Sister Xinmei. As long as Madam agrees to marry them to me, I promise that White Sword City will still have a place for the Qin clan." "Humph, Wu Shufeng, why don't you take a look at yourself? You want to marry us sisters? I think you should give up." Qin Xinmei clenched her small fists and said angrily, "Oh, Sister Xinmei is in the carriage." Wu Shufeng's smile became wider. "Sister Xinmei, do you not know the Qin clan's current situation? If it weren't for the fact that we are childhood friends, I wouldn't have given this opportunity to the Qin clan." "Humph, Wu Shufeng, don't think that you can control the fate of the Qin clan just because the Wu clan has the mountain-breaking sword sect. Let me tell you, the Qin clan is not scared. If you want to deal with us, the Qin clan will accompany you." Madame Jingyi snorted and said without backing down, "Sigh, I have good intentions, but you don't appreciate it. All right, I hope you won't regret it in the future." Wu Shufeng said with a mocking smile, "Are you done? If you are, then get the hell out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame I for being rude to you." At this time, the white-haired elder in the carriage suddenly opened his eyes. A powerful aura spread out from his body and pressured Wu Shufeng and the others through the carriage. He warned them coldly, "So Elder Yin is here too." Wu Shufeng's expression changed slightly when he sensed the terrifying aura emitted by the white-haired old man. He hesitated for a moment before obediently opening up a path for the Qin family's convoy to leave. "I'm so pissed off, I'm so pissed off. Who does that Wu Shufeng think he is? How dare he have ideas about me and Ruolan? I really want to skin him alive." Qin Xinmei was so angry that her teeth were itching. She puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, "Sigh, the Wu family is no longer what it used to be. Once the Wu family marries the mountain-breaking sword sect, it will change the entire structure of White Sword City. It will have a great impact on my Qin family and the Bai family." Madame Jing sighed softly and said worriedly, "The mountain-breaking sword sect." Yi Qinfeng opened his eyes and said, "Is this mountain-breaking sword sect very strong?" "What? Don't tell me you've never heard of the mountain-breaking sword sect." Qin Xinmei rolled her eyes at Yi Qinfeng. "That's right. I've never heard of the mountain-breaking sword sect." Yi Qinfeng nodded. "What a bumpkin." Qin Xinmei was a bit speechless as she said, "The mountain-breaking sword sect is the largest sect in the mountain-breaking prefecture. They control 23 cities and hundreds of villages. Our White Sword City is within the territory of the mountain-breaking sword sect." "How strong is the sect master of the mountain-breaking sword sect?" Yi Qinfeng ignored Qin Xinmei's disdainful gaze and continued to ask. "The mountain-breaking sword sect is very, very strong. There are many god-level experts in the sect. Legend has it that the sect master is a 6-star Dao god. He can cut a river several hundred meters wide in half with a swing of his sword." The gentle Qin Ruolan continued. "Then what are the forces in the sword domain that are more powerful than the mountain-breaking sword sect?" Yi Qinfeng asked. Don't tell me you're a wild brat from the mountains? Why don't you know anything? Qin Xinmei pointed at Yi Qinfeng and said with disdain, I really don't know much about the sword domain. Can you tell me about it? Yi Qinfeng smiled and didn't care about Qin Xinmei's gaze as he asked shamelessly, Okay, since you don't even know about the structure of the sword domain, then I'll tell you. Madame Jean Yi took a deep look at Yi Qinfeng and noticed that his expression wasn't fake. She slowly said, The structure of the sword domain is divided into 6 levels. The first level is the Sword God Hall, and the master of the Sword God Hall is the master of the entire sword domain. The Sword God Hall has 3 palaces. They are the Qijue Sword Palace, the Gold Sword Palace, and the Sky-Devouring Sword Palace. Under the 3 great sword palaces, there are 3 sects and 2 clans. The 3 sects are the Heaven-Shaking Sword Sect, the Mountain-Breaking Sword Sect, and the Hunyuan Sword Sect. The 2 clans are the Qian clan and the Tantai clan. After the 3 sects and 2 clans are the aristocratic clans like Arqin clan. After the aristocratic clans are the wealthy clans, and after the wealthy clans are the most ordinary commoners in the sword domain. The Sword God Hall. Yi Qinfeng had a feeling that if he wanted to find the ancestral sword crystal, he could only go to the Sword God Hall. Madam, how can I join the Sword God Hall? Yi Qinfeng thought for a moment and asked. Uft. As soon as Yi Qinfeng finished speaking, Qin Xinmei laughed out loud. Yi Qinfeng, is there something wrong with your head? You really dare to think about joining the Sword God Hall? Qin Xinmei sneered without holding back. You should know that the Sword God Hall is filled with geniuses among geniuses. Even the top geniuses of the mountain-breaking sword sect might not be qualified to join. You, a wild brat, want to join? Mayor, don't talk like that. Looking at the thoughtful Yi Qinfeng, the gentle Qin Rulin said, Qingfeng's talent is not bad. He might have a chance to join the Sword God Hall in the future. Sister, don't comfort him. If he can join the Sword God Hall, the sun will rise from the west. Qin Xinmei said with contempt. She didn't put Yi Qinfeng in her eyes at all. If he can't join the Sword God Hall, then just snatch it. Although the Dragon God had told him that the Sword God was very powerful, Yi Qinfeng believed that as long as the Sword God had not broken through to the Empty God realm, he still had a chance to snatch the ancestral sword crystal from the Sword God Hall. Qingfeng, don't take Mei Er's words to heart. As long as you work hard, you might be able to stand out one day. Looking at Yi Qinfeng, who had fallen silent, Madame Jing Yi thought that he had suffered a blow. She glared at Qin Xinmei, who spoke without thinking and comforted him softly. However, she didn't know that Yi Qinfeng didn't care. Instead, he was thinking about how to rob the Sword God Hall. If they knew about Yi Qinfeng's thoughts, they would be scared to death. Thank you, madam, Yi Qinfeng said with a smile. He looked calm and continued to chat with Madame Jing Yi to understand the sword realm further. Chapter 1866. Madam, I want to take a stroll around White Sword City before going to the Qin clan. Yi Qinfeng was interested in the local customs of the sword domain. He glanced at Madame Jing Yi, who was elegantly drinking tea, and slowly said, Okay. Madame Jing Yi nodded and reminded, Qinfeng, White Sword City has not been peaceful recently because of the Wu clan. You should be careful. Mother, how about I accompany Qinfeng? I haven't walked around White Sword City for a long time. The pure and beautiful Qin Rulin looked at Yi Qinfeng, who gave her a comfortable feeling, and suddenly said, Sister, are you all right? What's there to walk around with a wild brat? Qin Xinmei opened her eyes wide, looking at Qin Rulin's beautiful face, and asked puzzledly, It was just a spur-of-the-moment thing. Don't think too much. Feeling the gazes of Madame Jingyi and the others, the gentle and lovely Qin Rulin's delicate face blushed as she spoke. Okay, then let's go. Yi Qinfeng didn't think too much and brought Qin Rulin out of the white jade carriage. They came to the bustling street and strolled around. Although she had just met Yi Qinfeng, Qin Rulin liked the aura on Yi Qinfeng's body. She felt very secure and safe beside him, as if she wouldn't be afraid even if the sky fell down. After leaving Madame Jing Yi, Qin Rulin became very talkative. She kept telling Yi Qinfeng about the history and interesting stories of White Sword City. Yi Qinfeng listened while releasing his soul power to collect a lot of useful information to further understand the sword domain. As they walked, the two of them arrived outside a restaurant that was built in an antique style. Waves of fragrance wafted through the air. Celestial Immortal Residence. Yi Qinfeng looked at the signboard and suggested, "Rulin, you must be tired. Why don't we rest and eat something in the Celestial Immortal Residence?" "Okay, I like the crispy and sesame cake of the Celestial Immortal Residence. Let's go, I'll take you to try it." As she spoke, Qin Rulin, who was in a good mood, led Yi Qinfeng into the Celestial Immortal Residence, which had a very good business. She found a seat by the window and sat down. She ordered a few of the famous snacks of the Celestial Immortal Residence and an expensive pot of spirit tea. "Qingfeng, are you really from the mountains?" Qin Rulin asked as she tasted the delicious snacks. Qin Rulin was interested in Yi Qinfeng. "I guess." Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly as he took a sip of the spirit tea that tasted pretty good. "Hey, you shouldn't have come out," Qin Rulin said cutely as she licked the crumbs of snacks on her fingers. "Why?" Yi Qinfeng put down the wooden teacup and looked at Qin Rulin's beautiful face. "At least in the mountains, there is no deception and there are no worries. You can live a carefree life. Outside, you have to experience a lot, and you might be killed." Qin Rulin sighed softly as she thought of the Qin family's situation. Yi Qinfeng guessed Qin Rulin's state of mind and poured himself a cup of spirit tea. "Rulin, are you worried about the Qin family?" "Yes, the current situation is very unfavorable for my Qin family. Sometimes I don't dare to think about my Qin family's future." Qin Rulin nodded and said faintly, "Don't worry, the Qin family's crisis will definitely pass." Although Yi Qinfeng didn't want to meddle in other people's business, he was interested in the mountain-breaking sword sect. He wanted to get in touch with the mountain-breaking sword sect through the dispute between the Qin family and the Wu family, and then get in touch with the Sword God Hall step by step. As Yi Qinfeng and Qin Rulin chatted in silence, Yi Qinfeng's powerful soul power faintly sensed a terrifying aura appear in the Celestial Immortal Residence. Peak Ancestor Realm Almighty Expert. After the confirmation of the God-Eater brain, Yi Qinfeng was shocked to discover that a Peak Ancestor Realm Almighty Expert that was rarely seen in the Void God Realm had actually appeared in the Celestial Immortal Residence. He couldn't help but look at the wooden stairs. At this moment, a white-haired old man dressed in a gray robe appeared in front of him. His eyes were deep and powerful, and he was in high spirits. Although the gray-robed old man had deliberately concealed his strength, Yi Qinfeng still felt a strong sense of danger from his body the moment he saw him. Why would a Peak Ancestor Realm Almighty Expert appear in White Sword City? One had to know that a Peak Ancestor Realm Almighty Expert was in existence at the peak of the Void God Realm. If the Void God did not appear, a Peak Ancestor Realm Almighty Expert was enough to look down on the entire Void God Realm. However, a Peak Ancestor Realm Almighty Expert had appeared in a small White Sword City. This caused Yi Qinfeng to be rather surprised. Just as Yi Qinfeng was feeling rather surprised, the gray-robed old man slightly raised his head, and his gaze collided with Yi Qinfeng's. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng clearly felt that the gray-robed old man's deep and powerful eyes shot out a boundless light. Rays of light that seemed to have substance shot out like 10,000 arrows, directly piercing into his eyes, causing his soul to tremble. But very quickly, the sharp light that shot out from the gray-robed old man's eyes disappeared. He walked over slowly with even steps and directly sat opposite Yi Qinfeng. "Senior Yu," looking at the uninvited gray-robed old man, Qin Rulin was rather surprised and asked softly, Little girl, don't mind me. I just feel that this friend of yours is very similar to an old friend of I's. The gray-robed old man revealed a trace of a kind smile and sized up Yi Chin-feng from a close distance. Little friend, if I'm not wrong, your surname is Yi, right? Yes. As soon as the gray-robed old man finished speaking, a monstrous wave surged in Yi Chin-feng's heart, and the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched unconsciously. He never expected that this peak ancestor realm-mighty figure in front of him would actually say his surname. Who exactly is he? Yi Chin-feng carefully sized up the gray-robed old man and realized that he had indeed never seen him before. He had a lot of guesses about his identity, and he was even more vigilant in his heart. Senior, you know Yi Chin-feng? Could it be that you're also from the mountains? Qin Ruolin asked in surprise. Mountains? The gray-robed old man revealed a faint smile and said, No, I'm not from the mountains. This is the first time I've met this little friendy. The first time you've met him? Then how do you know his surname? Qin Ruolin asked in confusion. Intuition. It's just an intuition. The gray-robed old man said mysteriously, Little friendy, don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions towards you. I just want to say a few words to you. I know. With senior strength, why would you have ill intentions towards a nobody like me? Yi Chin-feng tried his best to calm himself down, wanting to catch a trace of clues through the conversation and deduce the old man's identity from there. Haha, you're not a nobody. Old friends often talk about you. The gray-robed old man laughed loudly and said, Actually, I've long wanted to see you. It's just that I didn't expect that we would meet in such a place. See me? Yi Chin-feng's brows furrowed slightly and said, Senior, who the hell are you? Who's the old friend you're talking about? Who do you think the old friend I'm talking about is? The gray-robed old man said, deliberately mystifying things. Several thoughts flashed through Yi Chin-feng's mind. Chapter 1867. Ruolin, I didn't expect to see you here. What a coincidence. The dandy man, who looked similar to Wu Shufeng, walked over slowly and looked at Qin Ruolin with a burning gaze. He was wearing a gorgeous robe and was waving a folding fan with a picture of a beautiful woman on it. Qin Ruolin hated the dandy man's gaze and said coldly, I don't think we're fated. I just feel a little unlucky to have met you. You've ruined my mood. Haha, interesting, really interesting. Qin Ruolin, today is different from the past. Your Qin clan is about to be defeated. I advise you to be smart and seize the opportunity while you still have some beauty. Otherwise, you will cry in the future. The good-for-nothing man was not angry. Instead, he spoke arrogantly. Wu Shushan, get away from me. I'd rather marry a chicken or a dog than marry into your Wu family. Qin Ruolin said angrily with a red face. Oh, you're angry, but I find that you're even prettier when you're angry. Wu Shushan said frivolously, Qin Ruolin, I've reserved you. I'll get you in bed sooner or later. You. Qin Ruolin was so angry that her face turned red and her body trembled. Where did these dogs come from? How dare you ruin Ai's mood? You're really courting death. Catching the killing intent in Yi Chin-feng's eyes, the old man in gray spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. It was like an invisible mountain that pressed down on Wu Shushan and the other two. It bent their legs and forced them to kneel on the ground. Damn it, old man. How dare you humiliate me? Do you believe that I'll make sure you won't see the sun tomorrow? As the second young master of the Wu family, Wu Shushan had never been humiliated like this. He struggled with all his might and cursed loudly. Slap! The crisp sound of a slap rang out. The old man in gray used his mind, and the violently fluctuating air slapped his face like a slap. It shattered his facial bones and knocked out several teeth. A large amount of blood flowed out uncontrollably. He was in so much pain that he teared up. Just as he was about to continue cursing, the air turned into a palm and slapped him hard on the left side of his face, causing him to wail in pain. Do you dare to continue scolding? The gray-robed old man looked at Wu Shushan, whose face had caved in and blood was gushing out of his mouth. At this moment, Wu Shushan couldn't curse, even if he wanted to. His cheeks were smashed, and he couldn't make a sound. "Since you're not cursing anymore, then die." As he spoke, the gray-robed old man tapped out with his finger. Under Wu Shushan's widening gaze, the old man tapped on his forehead, shattering his head and killing him. "Senior, you!" Witnessing the scene before her, Qin Rua's face turned pale. Although she hated Wu Shushan and wanted him dead, she knew the consequences of Wu Shushan's death. "Senior, please spare my life." Wu Shushan's 2 followers were scared out of their wits. They kept kowtowing and apologizing, begging the gray-robed old man to spare their lives. However, in the eyes of a peak ancestor realm expert, the 2 of them were just ant-like existences. The gray-robed old man lightly waved his arm and shattered their bodies, killing them. "All right, now it's quiet. Let's continue chatting." After killing Wu Shushan and the other 2 with a wave of his hand, the gray-robed old man's expression was calm, and Yi Qinfeng's expression didn't change much. However, Qin Rulin was scared silly. She grabbed Yi Qinfeng's arm tightly and said, "Qingfeng, let's leave this place quickly. If the Wu clan suspects us, it will be troublesome." In the end, under Qin Rulin's tugging, Yi Qinfeng had no choice but to leave the chaotic celestial immortal residence, causing him to not have the chance to ask about the gray-robed old man's identity. However, through his series of analysis and the way the gray-robed old man looked at him, Yi Qinfeng had a guess about his identity. Moreover, Yi Qinfeng had a feeling that he would meet the gray-robed old man again. "Rulin, what's wrong with you? Why are you so flustered?" When Qin Rulin pulled Yi Qinfeng back to the Qin clan, she just happened to bump into the graceful and luxurious Madame Jing-yi. Seeing Qin Rulin's flustered appearance, Madame Jing-yi frowned slightly and said, "Mother, something big has happened. Wu Shushan is dead." Qin Rulin said in shock, What happened?" Madame Jing-yi's expression changed slightly as she felt the seriousness of the situation and asked, "It's like this." Qin Rulin took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She told her mother what had just happened. "Qingfeng, do you know the murderer?" After hearing Qin Rulin's story, Madame Jing-yi cast her gaze towards Yi Qinfeng and asked, "No, this is the first time I met him." Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, But, Madame Jing increasingly felt the seriousness of this matter. If the Wu clan could not find the murderer, it was very likely that they would vent their anger on the Qin clan. Originally, the Qin clan was not afraid of the Wu clan. However, now that the Wu clan had the backing of the mountain-breaking sword sect, the Qin clan could not afford to offend them. "You 2 go to the main hall and wait for me. I'll tell your father about this and see if there's any way to get out of this." After saying that, Madame Jing-yi hurried to the backyard. "Sai, what should we do? What should we do?" Qin Rulin's heart was in a mess. She never thought that the gray-robed old man would kill Wu Shushan in front of them. "Don't worry, the Qin clan will be fine." Looking at Qin Rulin, who was in a daze and had beads of sweat on her forehead, Yi Qinfeng smiled and said softly, "Qingfeng, you still don't know the consequences of this matter." Qin Rulin spoke with slight blame. "Even though Wu Shushan is ignorant and incompetent, he's the second young master of the Wu clan after all. Moreover, the Wu clan has the backing of the mountain-breaking sword sect and wants to establish its might. They'll definitely use this matter to make an issue out of it and deal with our Qin clan. Trust me, the Qin clan will be fine." Yi Qinfeng didn't explain too much. "Sai, I hope so." Qin Rulin sighed lightly and prayed incessantly in her heart. Yi Qinfeng and Qin Rulin had just arrived at the main hall when Madame Jing-yi, Qin Xinmei, Elder Yin, and a man in a white robe arrived. He had some gray hair on his temples and was walking in a majestic manner. This white-robed man was the patriarch of the Qin clan, the peak 6-star Tao Lord, Chinda. Yi Chinfeng, tell me, are you related to that gray-robed old man? Chinda asked loudly as he glared at the calm Yi Chinfeng, who was sitting on the wooden armchair, with his tiger-like eyes. We didn't know each other when we met for the first time. Yi Chinfeng raised his head slightly and met Chinda's questioning gaze as he spoke. Yi Chinfeng, you have to realize that this matter is very serious, extremely serious. If you know that gray-robed old man and know where to find him, then the danger my Qin clan faces will be resolved. But if we're unable to find the culprit, then my Qin clan will have to bear the blame. Chinda spoke solemnly. I know, but I really don't know him, and I don't know where to find him. Yi Chinfeng shrugged. Yi Chinfeng, my Qin clan is really going to be destroyed because of you. You're really a jinx. Qin Xinmei spoke without thinking. Xinmei, if Yi Chinfeng doesn't know the gray-robed old man, then this matter really can't be blamed on Chinfeng. The important matter at hand is to find the culprit, and there's still a chance to turn the situation around. Madame Jing glared at the unruly and willful Qin Xinmei as she spoke. But we haven't even met that person, so how are we supposed to find him? Qin Xinmei puckered her lips as she spoke. We have to find him even if we can't. At the very least, we have to put on an act for the Wu clan. Qin glanced deeply at Yi Chinfeng, and he hesitated on whether he should hand Yi Chinfeng over. Don't worry, I think this matter isn't as serious as all of you think. Yi Chinfeng noticed their expressions and roughly guessed their thoughts. However, he didn't care. As for the Wu clan, he didn't take it seriously at all. Yi Chinfeng, you'll stay in my Qin clan for now. You're not allowed to leave without my orders. Qin pondered deeply for a moment before he ordered in an irresistible manner. All right. Chapter 1868. The night fog came and covered the stars in the sky. The entire White Sword City was shrouded in the dark night. Have you found out? Who is the murderer of Shan? Wu Shang, the head of the Wu family, was wearing a dark blue robe. His eyes were sunken into his cheeks, and he gave off a ferocious vibe. No, that person is very unfamiliar. We asked many people, but none of them knew him. A guard of the Wu family in a black robe said fearfully. However, some people said that the second miss of the Qin family, Qin Rulin, was present at the scene. The murderer of the second young master was sitting at the same table as them. We suspect that the murderer might be hiding in the Qin family. Qin Rulin, the Qin family. Wu Shang stared with his blood-red eyes. His murderous aura surged uncontrollably from his body. Let's go. Gather the Wu family iron guards and follow me to the Qin family. We will find the murderer even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Wu Shang said with a murderous aura. Head of the Wu family, you are so angry. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded in the stifling atmosphere of the Wu family main hall. Who is it? Wu Shang and the others were startled and immediately became alert. Don't be nervous. I'm just here to see you. An illusory shadow suddenly appeared in the Wu family main hall. It was faster than lightning. Wu Shang's pupils shrank rapidly as if he was facing a great enemy. Are you the murderer of my son? Wu Shang asked in a low voice as he looked at the man who was covered in a loose black robe. His face could not be seen clearly. No, I didn't kill your son. I'm just here to tell you one thing. Don't touch the Qin family, the black-robed man said with a hoarse voice. Damn it, who do you think you are? If you say we won't touch the Qin family, we won't touch them. A hot-tempered Wu family expert roared angrily. However, as soon as he finished speaking, an extremely sharp ray of sword light shot out from the black-robed man's body. With an ear-piercing sound, it cut the roaring Wu clan expert in half, killing him on the spot. Good, good, good. The Qin family is really bold. After killing my son, you dare to find someone to threaten us. Do you really think that the Wu family is easy to bully? Seeing the black-robed man kill in front of everyone, Wu Shang was so angry that his face turned ashen. He immediately activated the clan protecting array formation, which enveloped the entire Wu family estate and formed a powerful offensive array formation in the air above the main hall. Today, I'll kill you first, then wipe out the Qin family. I'll let the people of White Sword City know the consequences of going against my Wu family. Saying this, Wu Shang activated the power of the offensive formation disc, which transformed into powerful runes that flew forward like flying swords. You want to hurt me with this level of attack? Although the formation patterns formed by the offensive array disc were enough to threaten the average divine rank expert, they were unable to harm the black-robed man. The offensive formation patterns were blocked by a powerful force, and when they were about to touch the black-robed man's body, they all exploded. What? Wu Shang and the others widened their eyes in disbelief as they watched the river-like offensive array patterns explode one after another. In the next moment, the black-robed man lightly pointed with a finger. He extended a finger, and the space was directly ripped apart by the sharp light. The terrifying finger stabbed into the rapidly spinning offensive formation disc, directly shattering the disc that was as tough as a low-grade Empyrean Saint artifact. You, who are you? Seeing the black-robed man's strength, Wu Shang's heart trembled. It could be said that the black-robed man's battle prowess was beyond his imagination, causing him to feel extremely uneasy. Afraid? The black-robed man's body flickered, and he suddenly appeared in front of Wu Shang, who was pale with fright and desperately retreating. Die! At this critical moment, a half-meter-long dark green sword appeared in Wu Shang's hand. It was a mid-grade Transcendent Saint artifact, and it was filled with potent poison. He forcefully stabbed it at the black-robed man. Swish! Wu Shang's sword stabbed the black-robed man's chest, but before he could rejoice, the mid-grade Transcendent Saint artifact sword suddenly shattered. This terrifying scene almost scared Wu Shang out of his wits. Kacha! Just as Wu Shang was using the Wu family's inherited footwork to dodge with all his might, an unimaginable force violently slapped him on the shoulder, causing him to kneel on the ground. Soul search! The black-robed man pressed his right hand on the top of Wu Shang's head and began to search his soul. Let go of the family leader. Seeing that Wu Shang was in danger, the Wu family's experts all summoned their true spirit, sacred treasures, and attacked. However, the black-robed man's strength was too terrifying. Not only were the true spirit, sacred treasures unable to hurt him, but they were also shattered by the terrifying force in his body. No, don't kill me. Seeing the true spirit, sacred treasures shattering, Wu Shang was scared out of his wits. His whole body trembled as he kept begging for mercy. Don't be afraid, I won't kill you. The black-robed man unexpectedly obtained important information from Wu Shang's soul sea, so he suppressed the killing intent in his heart and did not start a massacre. Remember what I just said. The black-robed man retracted his right hand and glanced at the pale and frightened Wu Shang. He then turned and left. After leaving the chaotic Wu family, the black-robed man revealed a delicate face under the bright moonlight. He was Yi Chenfeng, who had secretly left the Qin family residence. Yi Chenfeng originally wanted to kill the Wu family leader directly to give the Wu family a warning and return Madame Jingyi's kindness. However, when he searched Wu Shang's soul, he obtained an unexpected reward, which made him change his mind. In another year's time, the 3 sects and 2 clans would hold the Sword Palace promotion competition at the Sky Sword Mountain. The faction that could laugh at the crowd would be promoted to a Sword Palace and receive generous rewards from the Heavenly Sword Hall. The mountain-breaking sword sect's overall strength was not outstanding among the 3 sects and 2 clans, so they urgently needed to recruit talents and gather resources. This was also the reason why they had a marriage alliance with the Wu family. If I make good use of this opportunity, I might be able to come into contact with the Heavenly Sword Hall. Yi Chenfeng muttered to himself. He decided to stay in White Sword City for a while longer. Yi Chenfeng secretly returned to the quiet Qin family residence. He laid down a restriction in his room and eliminated all distracting thoughts. He consumed a chaos divine fruit and began to cultivate. The Qin family members viewed him as a jinx. Apart from Qin Ruolin, no one was willing to come into contact with him. Yi Qinfeng just happened to be happy with the peace and quiet. Just as the Qin family was in a state of anxiety and waiting for the Wu family to take revenge, the Wu family unexpectedly did not take revenge on them. They also did not pursue the murderer with great fanfare. This made Qinda and the others even more confused. Even though the Wu family did not take revenge, Qinda and the others did not let down their guard. They were still secretly searching for the real murderer of Wu Shushan. Soon, more than 2 months passed. Just as the matter of Wu Shushan's murder was gradually forgotten, the Wu family's chief steward personally came to the Qin family residence. When Chief Steward Wu came, he did not give the Qin family an ultimatum to hand over the real murderer of Wu Shushan. Instead, he gave them an invitation. The 10th disciple of the mountain-breaking sword sect, Wan Zio, would be coming to the Wu family residence to marry the eldest daughter of the Wu family, Wu Fandai, in 10 days. The Wu family invited Qinda and the others to the Wu family residence for a banquet. Author's note: 10 chapters, 10 chapters, 10 chapters. Please give me red packets. Red packets. Chapter 1869. Sigh, this invitation does not come with good intentions. Qin sighed softly as he looked at the invitation card sent by Chief Steward Wu. He said worriedly, "Brother Da, you are worried that the Wu family will make a big fuss during the engagement banquet and deal with our Qin family." Madame Jing-yi, who was wearing a white embroidered nightgown, said with a frown, "Recently, I have been thinking about why the Wu family did not take revenge on our Qin family. Now it seems that the Wu family is waiting for the mountain-breaking sword sect to come and give us a fatal blow, so that our Qin family will never be able to rise again." Qin said with an ugly expression, "Then what should we do?" After hearing Qin's analysis, Madame Jing was at a loss. After thinking for a while, Qin clenched his teeth and said, "For our Qin family, I can only be the bad guy this time. Brother Da, you want to hand over Yi Qinfeng?" Madame Jing immediately guessed Qin's intention. "Not only do I want to hand over Yi Qinfeng, but I also want to marry Xianmei and Ruolan to Wu Shufeng. This is the only way to solve our Qin family's crisis." Qin sighed helplessly and said helplessly, "But Brother Da, Wu Shufeng is a wolf in sheep's clothing. If we marry Xianmei and Ruolan to him, our daughter's lifetime happiness will be ruined." Madame Jing said in distress, "What can I do? Do you think I am willing to do that? This is all because of the trouble you caused by privately recruiting Yi Qinfeng." Qin said in exasperation, "If we don't marry Xianmei and Ruolan to Wu Shufeng, the Wu family will definitely take revenge on us. For the hundreds of people in our Qin family, I can only sacrifice Xianmei and Ruolan's happiness. All right, I have made up my mind on this matter. You go and inform Yi Qinfeng, Xianmei, and Ruolan. Tell them to come with us to the Wu family's engagement banquet in 10 days. Sigh." Madame Jing sighed deeply and did not say anything else. Engagement. Upon hearing this news, Yi Qinfeng revealed a faint smile and said, "Don't worry, madam. I will follow you to the Wu clan in 10 days. Qinfeng, I know this matter is not your fault. If you have the ability, then leave." Madame Jing looked at Yi Qinfeng's delicate face, lightly bit her red lips, and softly said, "Thank you, madam. But don't worry, nothing will happen to us on this trip to the Wu family." Yi Qinfeng didn't expect that Madame Jing would still care about him at this time. He smiled and promised softly. Time passed quickly, and soon 10 days had passed. Early in the morning, Qin sent someone to summon Yi Qinfeng to the main hall. He saw the red-eyed Qin Ruolin and her sister, as well as Qinda and Madame Jing, whose faces were as gloomy as water. "Let's go to the Wu family estate." Qin Da ordered Elder Yun to leave the Qin clan estate with generous gifts, and then they rode a carriage to the Wu clan estate. On the way to the Wu clan estate, Yi Chen-feng noticed that Elder Yun, who was a 6-star Dao Lord, had been constantly sitting close to him, and he guessed that Qin Da was probably afraid that he would flee, so he sent Elder Yun to watch over him. The Qin clan was enveloped in gloom, but the Wu clan was filled with happiness. The Wu clan's patriarch, Wu Shang, who'd been terrified by Yi Chen-feng a while ago, had recovered his arrogance, and he commanded the members of the Wu clan to decorate the entire Wu clan estate. Red silk that was like dragons hung on the walls and large red lanterns. Along with the passage of time, guests ceaselessly came to offer their congratulations, and the entire Wu clan became bustling, because they found out that the Wu clan had obtained the support of the Mountain Breaker Sword sect. All the other powers had brought generous gifts and even humbled themselves, causing Wu Shang's vanity to be greatly satisfied. The Bai clan's patriarch, Bai Yihai, has brought 11 members of the Bai clan to offer his congratulations. Suddenly, a loud voice resounded from outside the Wu clan's entrance. The number 1 clan in White Sword City, the patriarch of the Bai clan, Bai Yihai, had personally led the members of the Bai clan to the Wu clan to offer their congratulations. On the other hand, Bai Yihai's arrival caused all the clans in White Sword City to sense that something unusual was going on, and even someone as formidable as the Bai clan had no choice but to admit defeat when facing the Mountain Breaker Sword sect. The number 1 clan in White Sword City might have a change of master in the near future. Brother Bai, I never expected that the engagement of a junior would actually alarm you. It's truly an honor for my Wu clan. Wu Shang strode over to the number 1 figure in White Sword City, Bai Yihai, and greeted him. Brother Wu, there's no need to be courteous. Fan Dai is my favorite junior, so I naturally have to attend her engagement. Bai Yihai, who wore a white robe, revealed a faint smile and said, Right, Brother Wu, have the seniors of the Mountain Breaker Sword sect arrived? Grand Elder Hua, they're still on the way, and they should be here soon, said Wu Shang with a smile on his face. I never expected that even Grand Elder Hua would be here. Brother Wu, you're really honored. Bai Yihai was rather surprised, and the last trace of hope in his heart had been destroyed. The Qin clan's patriarch, Qin Da, has come with his 5 wives to offer his congratulations. Not long after Bai Yihai's arrival, Qin Da's group arrived at the bustling Wu clan mansion. The Qin clan's people are here. This is going to be a good show. Yes, the Qin clan and the Wu clan have always been on bad terms. Moreover, there are rumors that the Qin clan had something to do with the death of the Wu clan's second young master, Wu Shushan. With the Wu clan's character, they will definitely take revenge. Sigh, poor Qin clan. I wonder if they will still have a seat in White Sword City in the future. Looking at Qin Da and the others who had braced themselves to come, many people smelled something unusual and began to whisper secretly. Congratulations, Brother Wu. Looking at Wu Shang, who was standing in the mansion with his hands behind his back and looking at him coldly, Qin Da fiercely gritted his teeth and quickly walked forward, forcing a smile on his face. Oh, so it's the patriarch of the Qin clan. I thought you wouldn't come. Wu Shang looked at Qin Da with a faint smile and deliberately scolded him. How would I dare not come when your daughter is engaged with the proud clan's young master? Qin Da endured the humiliation in his heart and said, And I'm here today to add to the happy occasion with Brother Wu. What do you mean? Wu Shang sneered and said, I want to marry my 2 daughters to young Master Wu. What do you think, Brother Wu? Qin Da took a deep breath and said, Hearing Qin Da's words, many people showed disdain. They disdained Qin Da for sacrificing his daughter's happiness in order to protect the Qin clan. Father, Qin Rulin, whose eyes were red, bit her lips and said. Qin Xinmei, who was unruly and willful, clenched her fists and let her nails dig into her flesh. Yi Chen-feng stood to the side and watched everything in silence, waiting for the mountain-breaking sword sect to arrive. It seems that your daughters are not willing. Wu Shang said coldly as he looked at the humiliated Qin Ruolin and her sister, who were very resistant. Of course not. Qin glared at Qin Ruolin and her sister and said, Ruolin, Xinmei and Xufeng are childhood sweethearts. If they can get married, our two families will become close friends from then on. Patriarch Qin, I appreciate your kindness, but with the Wu clan's status today, they are no longer worthy of me. But if they are willing, I can let them be my concubines. Wu Shufeng, who was wearing a luxurious robe and had a proud smile on his face, slowly walked over. He glanced at the beautiful faces of the sisters and said arrogantly, You! Qin Xinmei was so angry that her body trembled. She didn't expect Wu Shufeng to be so ruthless and humiliate her in front of so many people. The sisters were so ashamed that they couldn't show their faces. Qin also showed a trace of anger. He was hesitating whether to fight the Wu clan to the end. Suddenly, a loud voice broke the stalemate. Chapter 1870. Welcome, welcome, great Elder Hua. I'm proud that you're finally here. The arrogant Wu Shang and the others seemed to have changed into another person. They walked quickly to the gate of the Wu family and greeted the chief elder of the mountain-breaking sword sect with smiles, leaving Qin aside. Family head Wu, we're a family from now on. There's no need to be so polite. Great elder was said with a proud smile. He was wearing a linen robe, and his eyes were sharp. His body unconsciously emitted a strong sword intent. Yes, yes. Great Elder Hua, please come in. Hearing Great Elder Hua's words, Wu Shang's smile grew wider. He personally welcomed Great Elder Hua and the others into the bustling Wu family mansion. Suddenly, the entire Wu family mansion became very lively. All the families came forward to greet them, wanting to get closer to the mountain-breaking sword sect. The Qin family was directly isolated. Brother Da, what should we do? Looking at the situation, Madame Jean Yi was at a loss. She could imagine that the Qin family would no longer have a foothold in White Sword City. Xinmei Ruolin, are you willing to sacrifice yourselves for the Qin family? Qin took a deep breath and looked at the pale-faced Qin Ruolin and Qin Xian with red eyes. He gritted his teeth and asked, I. Seeing Qin's helpless eyes, the Qin sisters' hearts broke. They didn't know how to answer. They knew the consequences of being Wu Shufeng's concubines, but seeing the Qin family's current situation, they knew that they had no other choice. If the Qin family was destroyed, their fate would be even worse. Seeing Qin's family in despair, Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, Family head Qin, I have a good idea. We don't need to sacrifice Ruolin and Qin Xian to solve the Qin family's crisis. What idea? Qin was startled. He looked at Yi Qinfeng and asked loudly, Destroy the Wu family. This way, the Wu family will not be able to form a marriage alliance with the mountain-breaking sword sect. The Qin family's crisis will also be solved. Yi Qinfeng said indifferently. Yi Qinfeng, is there something wrong with your head? How can you still be in the mood to joke at a time like this? Do you think this joke is funny? Qin Xinmei roared at Yi Qinfeng as if she had found a target to vent her anger on. Qin and Elder Yin were so angry that their bodies trembled. Only Madame Jean Yi was deep in thought as she looked at Yi Qinfeng. Joke? Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, If you think this is a joke, then pretend that I didn't say anything. After he finished speaking, Yi Qinfeng no longer paid any attention to the furious Qin's family. With his hands behind his back, he leisurely walked towards the bustling Wu clan estate. Where is Qin? Just as Qin was glaring at Yi Qinfeng with fire in his eyes, wanting to grab him and teach him a lesson, a deep voice resounded in the Wu family estate. Grand Elder Hua, Qin is here. Hearing Grand Elder Hua's voice, Qin's heart skipped a beat. The anger on his face was immediately replaced by fear. He immediately brought Madame Jean Yi and the others to the Wu clan's main hall. When he met Grand Elder Hua's sharp eyes and Wu Shang's mocking gaze, He immediately guessed that Grand Elder Hu was going to attack the Qin family before the engagement. Qinda, do you admit to your crimes? Grand Elder Hu looked at the nervous Qinda with beads of sweat on his forehead. Sitting on the armchair, Grand Elder Hu spoke. Grand Elder Hu, I have always followed the mountain-breaking sword sect's lead. What crimes have I committed? Qinda kept thinking of countermeasures in his mind as he braced himself and asked, Qinda, let me ask you, did your Qin family send someone to kill my brother? Wu Fandai, who was wearing a red cheongsam embroidered with a phoenix pattern, said with tears in her eyes. Her face was smeared with light makeup, and her appearance was comparable to Qin Ruolin's. Fandai, you've wrongly accused my Qin family. Ever since we found out about Shu Shan's death, our Qin family has been searching for the culprit to avenge him. Qinda immediately explained. Patriarch Qin, don't be in a hurry to explain. I have a few questions for you. Standing beside Wu Fandai, the 10th disciple of the mountain-breaking sword sect, Wanzio, who was wearing a luxurious robe, a crown on his head, and a white jade belt on his waist, said slowly with a hint of arrogance on his face, I heard that someone from your Qin family was present when Shu Shan was killed. Is that true? Yes. Although Qinda was the patriarch of the Qin family, he couldn't help but lose his imposing manner in front of a true disciple of the mountain-breaking sword sect. At that time, someone from your Qin family was sitting at the same table as the culprit. Is that true? The aggressive Wanzio continued to interrogate. Yes. Qinda revealed a bitter smile as he admitted with a slightly trembling voice. According to the shopkeeper of the celestial immortal abode, the culprit knows someone from your Qin family. Is that true? Wanzio revealed a cold smile. No, my Qin family doesn't know the culprit at all. Young Master Wan, please don't listen to rumors and wrongly accuse my Qin family. Qinda's heart trembled as he hurriedly defended himself. Wrongly accuse you? Wanzio snorted and said, Qinda, if you dare to lie again, I'll cut you down with my sword. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. I was present when Wu Shushan died. Ask me if you have any questions. Qin Ruolin took a deep breath after seeing the pale Qinda who had sunk into deep fear. She stood out like a proud and lofty winter sweet. You were present. Wanzio revealed a thought-provoking smile. He looked at Qin Ruolin, who was wearing a white floral dress. Her skin was as white as snow, and her delicate face revealed a trace of tenderness. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. On the other hand, Yi Chenfeng, who was standing to the side, revealed an appreciative smile. He admired Qin Ruolin's commitment and pride. Then let me ask you, who is the culprit? Wanzio fearlessly sized up Qin Ruolin's delicate body and asked in a low voice, I don't know the culprit. Qin Ruolin suppressed the fear in her heart and said, while biting her wet lips, You don't know. I advise you to think carefully before you speak. If I find out that you dared to lie to me, not only will you be punished, your Qin family will also not be able to escape punishment. Wanzio seemed like a superior who controlled life and death as he coldly warned. The Qin family is finished. Yes, the mountain-breaking sword sect is determined to make an example out of the Qin family and make the Wu family the #1 family in White Sword City. All the major forces smelled something unusual and started whispering to each other in secret. However, they did not sympathize with the Qin family. The law of the jungle was always the rule of the sword domain and could not be changed. Even the Bai family silently accepted this fact and was willing to give up the position of the #1 family in White Sword City to the Wu family, who was close to the mountain-breaking sword sect. Young Master Wan, the culprit really has nothing to do with my daughter. It is related to a guard that the Qin family just recruited. In order to protect Qin Ruolin and the Qin family, Qinda had no choice but to push Yi Chenfeng out. Guard. Wanzio revealed a cold smile and said, Qinda, Do you think I will believe your nonsense? It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't tell the truth. Chapter 1871. Whoosh! Yi Qinfeng's words caused a huge commotion. Who's that fellow? Why is he so arrogant? I've never seen him before, but since he dared to provoke the Wu clan and the Mountain Breaker sword sect in public, then he'll definitely die a horrible death. Humph! Not only will he die a horrible death, the Qin clan will probably be finished as well. Numerous pairs of mocking gazes shot towards Yi Qinfeng in unison. On the other hand, Qinda was terrified to the point his scalp went numb, and he almost fell to the ground. Good, 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 good. Qinda, you really have guts. You found a hothead to humiliate my Wu clan and the Mountain Breaker sword sect on this joyous occasion. I, Wu Shang, will declare that my Wu clan and your Qin clan are irreconcilable enemies. Wu Shang's eyes emanated a ferocious glow as he gazed at Qinda, whose forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he spoke in a ghastly manner. No, no. At this moment, Qinda wished for nothing more than to strangle Yi Qinfeng to death. It could be said that Yi Qinfeng's words had forced the Qin clan into a hopeless situation, and it was impossible for the Qin clan to turn the situation around. Wu Shang, you're really audacious. You actually ignored my warning. Do you really think that I wouldn't dare to kill you? Right when the various powers were waiting for the Qin clan to come to a tragic end, Yi Qinfeng seemed as if he'd become a completely different person, and he revealed a domineering aura that seemed capable of swallowing mountains and rivers, while he spoke with awe-inspiring, killing intent. You are? When he heard Yi Qinfeng's warning and sensed his aura that had suddenly become fierce, a person suddenly appeared in Wu Shang's mind, a person that caused him to successively have nightmares, and it caused his eyes to open wide. Slash! Yi Qinfeng didn't waste his breath and just pointed a finger at Wu Shang, who turned pale with fright. An extremely sharp finger sword shot out and tore through the air like a bolt of lightning, and it struck Wu Shang, whose pupils had dilated and didn't have the time to dodge at all. Hiss! The finger sword struck down. Wu Shang, who was at the 6-star Daolord realm and full of ambition, was easily slashed into two by it, and his soul was even minced into pieces as he perished on the spot. Silence! Extreme silence, witnessing the scene before them. Everyone present was dumbfounded. They did not dare to believe that Wu Shang, who had just been filled with lofty sentiments, had turned into a corpse in the blink of an eye. Qinda, who just wanted to strangle Yi Qinfeng, was so scared that all the hair on his body stood up. He couldn't help but take 3 steps back. He didn't dare to approach Yi Qinfeng. Sister, I'm not dreaming, right? How can he have such strength? Qin Xinmei, who had been mocking Yi Qinfeng, pinched herself hard and realized that she wasn't dreaming. However, what had just happened was so unreal that she felt like she was in a dream. Sister, you're not dreaming. Qin Rulin took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in her heart. Do you remember what Qingfeng said just now? I think he really does have the ability to destroy the Wu family. Boy, you're courting death. Witnessing his father-in-law being killed on the spot, Wan Zihao was furious. He summoned a lower-grade, transcendent saint weapon, a long shuttle engraved with reproduction patterns. It emitted a dazzling light and attacked Yi Qinfeng. He wanted to kill him with one blow. The long shuttle attacked with great momentum. Yi Qinfeng didn't dodge. He gently slapped his right hand and accurately hit the long shuttle. With a cracking sound, the long shuttle couldn't bear the power of Yi Qinfeng's slap. It trembled violently and turned into powder, drifting away with the wind. What? He smashed a lower-grade, transcendent saint weapon with one slap. Who is this guy? How can his strength be so terrifying? Seeing Yi Qinfeng smashing the long shuttle with one slap, the experts of big families were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Qinda was even more frightened. How dare you offend me? Yi Qinfeng said coldly as he lightly patted away the dust on his hand. He looked at Juan Prides, whose eyes were twitching violently and whose heart was filled with intense fear. "Wait, sir." Grand Elder Hu couldn't sit still anymore. He immediately stood up from his chair and stood in front of the trembling Juan Zaheo. "Zaheo didn't mean to offend you, sir. Please give the mountain-breaking sword sect some face and don't lower yourself to Zaheo's level." "Humph, mountain-breaking sword sect." Yi Chinfeng snorted and said disdainfully, "What if I don't give the mountain-breaking sword sect some face?" "Sir, you may be strong, but the mountain-breaking sword sect is not to be trifled with. If you insist on having your way, the mountain-breaking sword sect will have no choice but to accompany you." Although Yi Chinfeng's strength had shocked Grand Elder Hua, he couldn't back down now. He could only use the mountain-breaking sword sect to pressure Yi Chinfeng. "I'll be waiting," Yi Chinfeng said indifferently. As soon as he said that, the soul force in his mind exploded, forming a powerful dizziness. It slammed into Juan Zaheo's sea of soul, directly shattering his soul. Spurt, spurt. Large amounts of blood flowed out of Juan Zaheo's orifices. His vision darkened, and he collapsed in a pool of blood, dead. "Juan Zaheo is dead. Oh my God, his gaze can kill. Just how powerful is he? Why is he so terrifying?" Seeing Yi Chinfeng kill the 10th disciple of the mountain-breaking sword sect, Juan Zaheo, with a single gaze, everyone present felt their scalps tingle. They didn't dare to look at Yi Chinfeng. "Zaheo!" Grand Elder Hua and the others' eyes turned red. Juan Zaheo was the 10th disciple of the mountain-breaking sword sect, and he was someone that the mountain-breaking sword sect had focused on nurturing. His death had a huge impact on the mountain-breaking sword sect. "I'll kill you." Sensing that Juan Zaheo was dead, Grand Elder Hua, who was a 5-star Dao god, couldn't control the murderous intent in his heart. He summoned a middle-grade, transcendent, sacred weapon. The body of the sword was engraved with tiger patterns, and the handle was embedded with a skull gem. He performed the mountain-breaking sword sect's inherited sword technique and slashed at Yi Chinfeng. Ancestor-level sword soul, break. Grand Elder Hua attacked with a shocking, murderous intent. Yi Chinfeng stood still in silence. When Grand Elder Hua was 5 meters away from him, a pitch-black ancestor-level sword soul flew out of Yi Chinfeng's sea of soul. It broke Grand Elder Hua's killing move and sent him flying. So powerful. Yi Chinfeng is so powerful. Seeing that even the mountain-breaking sword sect's Grand Elder was no match for Yi Chinfeng, Qin Xinmei was deeply shocked. Thinking about how she had mocked and ridiculed him these days, her heart was filled with fear. As for Qinda, he revealed a remorseful expression. He regretted that he had eyes but failed to see the true God. Ancestor-level sword soul. Seeing the ancestor-level sword soul hovering above Yi Chinfeng's head and leaving a deep sword mark on his body, Grand Elder Hua, who was severely injured, widened his eyes and revealed a look of intense fear. You're a messenger of God." Messenger of God was the name that the major factions gave to the experts of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Normally, only the experts of the Heavenly Sword Hall could cultivate ancestor-level sword souls. "I've offended the Messenger of God. I beg the Messenger of God to give me another chance to turn over a new leaf." Although the mountain-breaking sword sect was powerful, it was nothing in front of the Messenger of God. If the Messenger of God killed someone from the mountain-breaking sword sect, not only would the mountain-breaking sword sect not seek revenge, they would even apologize in person. Chapter 1872. I'm not a God's messenger. Yi Chinfeng looked at the panic-stricken First Elder Hui kneeling on the ground, as well as the dumbfounded experts of the various families. He placed his hands behind his back and looked at them coldly. Not a God's messenger. Great Elder Hu was even more confused. Then who are you? Several thoughts flashed through Great Elder Hua's mind as he tried to guess Yi Chinfeng's identity. However, even if Yi Qinfeng wasn't a god's messenger and didn't come from the heavenly sword hall. He wasn't someone he could mess with. Because he had an ancestor-level sword soul, Yi Qinfeng could easily join the heavenly sword hall and become a true god's messenger. I'm just an independent cultivator, Yi Qinfeng said slowly with his hands behind his back. He looked like a god of swords who had descended to the mortal world, exuding a domineering aura. An independent cultivator. After knowing Yi Qinfeng's identity, Great Elder Hua was overjoyed. Senior, please forgive us for offending you just now. I wonder if you have time to visit the mountain-breaking sword sect? Our sect master likes to make friends with heroes like you. Why? I killed your mountain-breaking sword sect's core disciple. Not only do you not blame me, you even want to recruit me? Yi Qinfeng's expression did not change at all as he looked at the smiling First Elder Hua. Although Great Elder Hua's heart was bleeding, he didn't dare to show it. He said humbly, Wan Zio was blind to offend Senior. He deserved to be killed. The Wu family, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, was now in a dead end. Without the support of the mountain-breaking sword sect and Wu Shang, the Wu family's overall strength would be greatly reduced. It would be difficult for them to protect themselves, let alone become the top family in White Sword City. All right, I have nothing to do recently. I'll go with you to the mountain-breaking sword sect. Yi Qinfeng looked at Great Elder Hua, who was sweating profusely, and finally nodded. Get up. Thank you, Senior. Great Elder Hua stood up after thanking Yi Qinfeng respectfully. He didn't feel ashamed at all for kneeling in front of everyone. I killed Wu Shang. Who's in charge of your Wu clan now? Yi Qinfeng asked in a low voice as he looked at the Wu family members, who were all startled by the mere twang of a bow. This old man is Wu Dong, the old patriarch of the Wu family. At this time, a grizzled old man with a snake-headed walking stick slowly walked over with a sorrowful expression. He bowed deeply to Yi Qinfeng. Old master. Yi Qinfeng looked coldly at the white-haired Wu Dong and said, I killed your son, Wu Shang. Are you convinced? I'm convinced. Wu Shang had eyes but failed to see. He offended Senior and deserved to die. Although Wu Dong's heart was bleeding, no matter how angry he was, he did not dare to show it. It's good that you're convinced, Yi Qinfeng said with a cold smile. Senior, my Wu clan knows our wrongs. Please be magnanimous and forgive us. As long as Senior gives my Wu clan a way out, my Wu clan is willing to go to the Qin clan and beg for forgiveness. We will also leave White Sword City and never set foot here again. Wu Dong could only beg Yi Qinfeng for forgiveness. Even the mountain-breaking sword sect couldn't afford to offend Yi Qinfeng. Given the current situation, even if Yi Qinfeng killed the entire Wu family, the mountain-breaking sword sect probably wouldn't say anything. They might even clean up after Yi Qinfeng. No need. I don't have much of a relationship with the Qin family. You don't need to beg for forgiveness. And you don't need to leave White Sword City. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said coldly, I only need to kill one more person, and I'll forgive you. Plop. Seeing that Yi Qinfeng was looking at him, Wu Shufeng, who had been arrogant just a moment ago, was so scared that his legs went soft. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously, begging Yi Qinfeng to spare him. Senior, Shufeng is our Wu family's. Wu Dong's heart tightened when he saw that Yi Qinfeng was going to kill Wu Shufeng. He immediately wanted to stop him. However, Yi Qinfeng was even faster. A sharp sword light shot out from his finger sword and pierced through Wu Shufeng's head at a speed that was over 10 times faster than light speed. It crushed his soul and killed him. Ah! Wu Fandian, who was wearing a red qipao, saw Wu Shufeng's head explode. Her face paled in fright, and she fell to the ground, revealing her beautiful legs. What did you say? After killing Wu Shufeng with one finger, Yi Qinfeng looked at the red-faced Wu Dong and said indifferently, No, nothing. Wu Dong's heart trembled when he saw Yi Qinfeng's cold eyes. The anger in his heart was replaced by fear as he spoke in humiliation. "I thought you wanted to avenge him." Yi Qinfeng said with a smile, I wouldn't dare." Wu Dong's legs trembled as he hurriedly bowed. This person is too domineering. Sigh, who would have thought that something like this would happen on the big day of the Wu family? This is unbelievable. Yeah, I thought that the Wu family would become the most powerful family in White Sword City after they got close to the mountain-breaking sword sect. I didn't expect the Wu family to end up like this. I can only say that the Wu family's luck is too bad. Seeing Yi Qinfeng kill so brazenly and suppress the mountain-breaking sword sect and the Wu family by himself, the masters of the major forces in White Sword City were deeply intimidated. Great Elder Hu broke out in a cold sweat. He was still scared. If he had continued to insult Yi Qinfeng, he might have become a corpse already. All right, let's go. After killing Wu Shang and his son, Yi Qinfeng didn't continue the massacre. Yes, please, Senior. Great Elder Hu nodded and bowed as he followed Yi Qinfeng out of the Wu family estate, which was completely silent and filled with the thick smell of blood. When he passed by Qinda and the others, Yi Qinfeng paused for a moment. However, he didn't look at the regretful Qinda and the trembling Qin Xinmei. Instead, he looked at Madame Jing Yi and Qin Ruolin, nodded at them, and turned to leave. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's back as he left, Qinda, who was covered in cold sweat, secretly let out a sigh of relief. However, his heart was filled with regret. He regretted that he had eyes but failed to see and wasted such an opportunity for the Qin family to rise. If he had treated Yi Qinfeng better, perhaps he could have used Yi Qinfeng's power to greatly increase the Qin family status in White Sword City. It wouldn't have been impossible for them to step on the Bai family and become the most powerful family in White Sword City. Sister, I'm not dreaming, right? Is that person really the Yi Qinfeng we know? Until now, Qin Xinmei still couldn't accept this fact. How could a hothead that she thought came from the mountains suddenly become a peerless master of the mountain-breaking sword sect? Sister, let's go. No matter what, our Qin family's crisis has been resolved. Qin Ruolin said faintly as she gently bit her lips. At this moment, the Bai family, as well as the other families, came to their senses and greeted Qinda, trying to find out Yi Qinfeng's identity. Although Qinda repeatedly claimed that the Qin family and Yi Qinfeng were just acquaintances and didn't know his identity, the other families in White Sword City still didn't dare to offend the Qin family because of Yi Qinfeng. Chapter 1873. The Mountain-Breaking Sword Sect was one of the 3 sects and 2 clans of the Sword Domain. It controlled 23 cities and hundreds of villages in the Sword Domain. It occupied the 100 Swords Peak, the source of the spirit veins in the mountain-breaking state. It was the holy land of cultivation that all sword cultivators in the mountain-breaking state yearned for. Senior Yi, the 100 Swords Peak is right in front of us. The mountain-breaking sword sect is located in the deepest part of the 100 Swords Peak. Great Elder Hu stood beside Yi Qinfeng like a junior. He pointed at the 100 Swords Peak, which was covered in thick clouds and overlapping mountain peaks, and said, respectfully, "Well, the 100 Swords Peak is indeed a good holy land for cultivation." Yi Qinfeng nodded as he looked at the 100 Swords Peak shrouded in clouds and felt the rich, immortal spiritual energy in the air. On the way to the mountain-breaking sword sect's warship, Yi Qinfeng got a lot of valuable information from Great Elder Hu and the others. Great Elder Hu also intentionally revealed that the mountain-breaking sword sect wanted to recruit Yi Qinfeng as their chief foreign minister. Although Yi Qinfeng did not agree immediately, his ambiguous attitude made Great Elder Hu very happy. He saw hope in winning over Yi Qinfeng. "Brother Yi, you're finally here." Great Elder Hu had already told the mountain-breaking sword sect's sect master, Powentian, about the changes in White Sword City and Yi Qinfeng's existence. When Po Wentian learned that Yi Qinfeng had condensed an ancestor-level sword soul, he was overjoyed. Not only was he not angry because of Wan Zio's death, but he also wanted to win over Yi Qinfeng, just like great Elder Hua. Therefore, when he learned that Yi Qinfeng had entered the mountain, he humbled himself and greeted him personally. Senior Yi, this is our mountain-breaking sword sect master, Po Wentian. Great Elder Hua immediately explained after getting off the warship. Thank you for your hospitality, Sect Master Wentian. Yi Qinfeng looked at Po Wentian, who was dressed in a black leather robe. He had a square face and bright eyes. Po Wentian exuded an intense sword intent. Yi Qinfeng discovered that he was not a 6-star Dao God expert. Instead, he was a half-martial ancestor. He was only one step away from becoming a 1-star Dao ancestor. Ha ha! Brother Yi is too polite. Come, please come in. Po Wentian laughed loudly and said in a heroic manner. When he first saw Yi Qinfeng, he found that there was nothing special about Yi Qinfeng. However, when he carefully sized up Yi Qinfeng, he found that Yi Qinfeng was like a cloud of fog that he could not see through. He could not help but think more highly of Yi Qinfeng. Brother Yi, where are you from? Po Wentian welcomed Yi Qinfeng into the Broken Mountain Hall and ordered someone to pour him a cup of fragrant spirit tea. Yi Qinfeng took a sip of the spirit tea and casually made up an excuse. Because my master has ordered me not to reveal my origin. My master. Po Wentian and the others' eyes lit up. Many of their guesses had been confirmed. Because the entrance to the sword realm was sealed and Yi Qinfeng had cultivated an ancestor sword soul, they did not think that Yi Qinfeng was from the outside world. Brother Yi, I have a presumptuous request. What do you think? Po Wentian quickly communicated with the upper echelons of the Broken Mountain Sword Sect and smiled faintly. Please speak, Sect Master Wentian. Yi Qinfeng put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Po Wentian, who had a sincere smile on his face. Brother Yi, I'm sure you know that in a little more than a year, the Sword Realm will hold the Sword Palace battle. This battle is extremely important to the Broken Mountain Sword Sect. If the Broken Mountain Sword Sect can win and become a Sword Palace, we will be able to obtain many resources that we have always dreamed of. However, among the 3 sects and 2 clans, the Broken Mountain Sword Sect strength is only considered average. It will be extremely difficult for us to win. Therefore, I would like to invite Brother Yi to be the head honcho of the Broken Mountain Sword Sect and represent the Broken Mountain Sword Sect in the Sword Palace battle. However, Brother Yi, don't worry. Regardless of whether we win or lose, the Broken Mountain Sword Sect will definitely reward you handsomely. Po Wentian seemed to be sincere as he spoke. This Yi Qinfeng's heart skipped a beat, but his face revealed a hesitant expression. Brother Yi, you don't have to worry about anything. If you become the head honcho of the Broken Mountain Sword Sect, not only will we not restrict your freedom, but we will also provide you with large amounts of cultivation resources to help you increase your strength. As he spoke, Po Wentian took out an egg-sized, fiery red crystal that emitted a red glow and placed it on the square table beside Yi Qinfeng. Holy Sword Crystal! Looking at the red crystal on the table, Yi Qinfeng immediately recognized it. It was an extremely precious Holy Sword Crystal formed by a divine-level expert condensing his entire life's doctrine spirit. Although the Holy Sword Crystal was not very useful to him, if the sword domain had the Holy Sword Crystal, there would definitely be the ancestral sword crystal that was extremely important to him. All right, if the Wentian sect leader gives me 2 more Holy Sword Crystals, I will become the head honcho of the Broken Mountain Sword Sect and represent you in the upcoming Sword Palace battle at the Sky Sword Mountain. Yi Qinfeng seemed to hesitate for a moment before he finally made up his mind. However, I will only stay in the Broken Mountain Sword Sect for 3 years. After that, I will have to leave. All right, it's a deal then. Although the 3 Holy Sword Crystals made Po Wentian's heart ache, he felt that it was worth it to recruit an expert who had condensed an ancestral sword soul. He took out 2 more holy sword crystals and gave them to Yi Qinfeng. Great Elder Hua, quickly order people to vacate the Yanjian Peak for Yi Qinfeng. Furthermore, without my orders, no one is to disturb Yi Qinfeng's cultivation. Puentian ordered. Yes, sect leader. Great Elder Hua replied with a smile. He immediately arranged for people to renovate the famous Yanjian Peak of the 100 Swords Peak and gave it to Yi Qinfeng. Master, what do you think of Yi Qinfeng's strength? When Yi Qinfeng followed Great Elder Hua to the Yanjian Peak, a man in a gray robe with snow-white hair and a red face appeared in the Broken Mountain Palace. Puentian immediately went forward and asked in a low voice, "This Yi Qinfeng's strength is very terrifying. He should be the same as you and me, a half-martial ancestor expert. However, he has condensed an ancestral sword soul, and his attack power is above yours and mine." The Broken Mountain Sword Sect's old sect leader, the half-martial ancestor expert, said in a low voice. Then, Master, do you think this person is reliable? Puentian asked. I can't see it now, but this risk is worth it. If this person is really willing to represent our Broken Mountain Sword Sect to participate in the Sword Palace battle, we'll have 3 half-martial ancestor experts. We will definitely have the chance to suppress the 4 great powers and become the Sword Palace. Advancing to the Sword Palace was also the key for the Lawbreaker Sword and Puentian to break through to the Ancestor Realm. In order to become an Ancestor expert, they decided to take the risk and bet on Yi Qinfeng. However, Puentian, we have to be careful of Yi Qinfeng. We have to monitor his every move. If we find out that he is doing something wrong, we must eliminate him. The Lawbreaker Sword solemnly instructed. I understand, Master. As long as he doesn't leave our Broken Mountain Sword Sect, I can control his life and death with the power of the ancestral land. Puentian nodded. Right, let you or test him at night and see if he is infatuated with women. If he is interested in you, we can give her to him. This way, we can better monitor him. The Lawbreaker Sword suggested.